pleasant good evening. It's Monday, the 12th of June. It's local government elections day in Guyana. My name is Christopher Jones, and I'm joined in studio by my colleague and friend Randolph Critchlow. And of course, as from this evening, we will be bringing you all the updates as it relates to the results coming out from the various municipalities and the neighborhood democratic council. Randolph, you were on the road today. You can share with us what is your perspective as it relates to local government elections.
Well, good evening to Guyana. Good evening, Chris. All those persons who are joining us online, remember that you can share the live stream and let others know that we are bringing information as it relates to local government elections this evening. Yes, Chris, I know both of us are on the road actually and moving about, seeing what is happening at the various polling stations. As usual and as expected, the turnout wasn't like general and regional elections. But I'm heartened to report that a number of our people came out, and I'm fairly confident based on what I saw in Georgetown. I don't know about the other regions. I know we'll get information later on in the evening about the other regions, but based on what we saw in Georgetown, favorable. So what I want to say to add to that, though, Chris, people have been lamenting the low turnout. But I will say to Guyanese that, we are now getting reacquainted essentially with this idea of local government. We've had sort of like an acculturation of no local government. The PPP starved the country of local government elections for close to 2 decades. So there are generations of people who grew up not even knowing what local government elections are about or why it's important. So after that reintroduction to local government in 2016, I think it was.
That's correct.
After the AP and UFC one power, people are now getting themselves back into the groove as to, this thing is important, we need to participate. And what that would have done, those 20 years of no local government elections, was create a culture of subjects and not participants. And so I'm happy that we are here and people are now reawakening, so to speak, as to the importance of local government. And I know you saw today, some of the people coming out very enthusiastically.
Indeed. In fact, I started my day out at Turning Point because that is my polling place in which I have to cast my vote. And we were there from essentially about 5:30 this morning. And right up to 6:02 when the polling station actually opened, there was just 7 persons in the line. And what I witnessed throughout the entire day, literally, it was one, maximum 4 person at a time. And what outside of Turning Point, as well, it was witnessed over at the Tocqueville Secondary School, as well as the polling station in Last Entrance, is that you saw the majority of mature citizenry turning out to vote, as opposed to the younger generation, of which we were all hoping that they become acquainted with local government election and go out. And I know particularly the People's Progressive Party Civic place all emphasis on the young, and they choose them with various trinkets and whatnot. But based on my observation, and this is speaking specifically for constituency 12, we saw a mature voter turnout, and that was consistent throughout the entire day.
But that is emblematic of what I just spoke. This idea that the older folks would have experienced this prior to 1992.
Exactly.
Right? Exactly. So they understand it. And so that generation, the 90s, the 80s, late 80s, 90s babies who are now coming into their own, didn't get a chance to grow up in that culture that has a sense of community, that has a sense of participating in your local democracy. So it's a reawakening, so to speak, and you will see more of the more mature folks. In 14, I was there. I voted at South Secondary School, and I can say the same thing. The people are trickling in and they're voting, and you're noticing the age, right. So I think moving forward is important that for politics in a whole, and the idea of democracy being implanted in people's head, that we get a lot of those younger voters to a place or kind of feed them with this culture of participation in your local democracy. But there's a situation that we're in. But we're going to be talking about all the different municipalities tonight, persons who are logged on from all over the world and all over Guyana. We'll be talking about your constituency. Chris, there are a number of constituencies that were so-called no contest around the country. The persons would have been calling saying, look, we want to vote, but only then realizing that there was no elections in their area.
That's true. We had quite a number of those, like persons, for example, on the east bank of Demerara in Diamond, Little Diamond area. And of course, some in Region 3, particularly those in the Hague, Blankenberg area. They would have had to acquaint themselves with the symbol of the Hague Blankenberg Development Association, which was the light bulb. And for those persons that reside in Park Faith Harmony, Rec Dorsey, and so forth, their symbol was the eagle. So they have to get themselves acquainted with it. And why it is significant and important, because the APNU has placed emphasis on local government and given the individual in the community that opportunity to contest, to participate. And that is why in those areas, the APNU did not contest and rather allow community development groups and so forth to take the role, because that is essentially what is local government elections. But what we saw, particularly a central government, the current central government trying to dominate the local government spectrum, in that you would have seen from the APNU, the candidates, the people who are actually vying for those offices, speaking direct to the people who have to elect them and sharing with them their vision for the particular community that they reside in. That is local government election. Because at the end of the day, you have to hold those local leaders that you have elected accountable for works done or works not done or works not done favorable in your community. And it's not a central government thing. And that is why the whole thrust by the APNU AFC government, even before getting into office in 2015, is that David Granger, the APNU AFC campaign on bringing back local government elections. And you saw just 8 months after the APNU was elected in 2015, we saw the first local government election being had in 2016 in the month of March. And then, of course, to keep it based on the calendar period of local government elections, 2 years after that, in the month of November in 2018, a second local government elections was had. Again, a demonstration by the APNU AFC government of its commitment to local authorities.
And that's an important point. And I know people out there may not fully understand the importance of it. Even as we had a good period of campaigning and into election day, there's some persons who still kind of, what is this local government thing about? And that is part of the reason for the low voter turnout. And we can report that the voter turnout was not as, we would say, not as large as the regional and general elections. Of course, this was expected. We come to expect this in Guyana. But today, Chris, what about incidents at various polling stations?
I'm actually glad you raised that, because so from the opening of the polls this morning, there were several hiccups as it relates to accreditation of scrutineers, based on the understanding that the political parties had. Their chief officer would prepare these letters, sign and affix the name of the person along with their national identification card. And those persons in turn will then present those to the DRU at the various polling stations, which will allow them to sit in the polling station to witness and observe the process. Somewhere along the line, apparently that was changed by the Guyana Elections Commission. So you had situation in which scrutineers for various political parties were not allowed inside until the RO, one Mr. Jerome Singh, until he issued new letters for them and so forth. So you had some of those scrutineers only being allowed into the polling station to witness what was happening, for some as much as 6 hours after. Because, for example, I remember taking letters over to the Tocqueville Secondary School up to about 2:30 this afternoon, and the others they're about 2:30, 3:30 in the afternoon. That's when they got the letter, And that's when they were given a first opportunity to be in the polling station to witness what was being transpired. But as I mentioned, some breakdown in communication, either with the political parties or with the Ghana Elections Commission. But I witnessed that on both sides at the top of the secondary school. At the turning point, there wasn't such an issue, but in polling stations in Gaihok, there was one similar incident, but it was dealt with very early, which allowed the scrutineer to scrutinize the process. And in future elections, it is critically important, in my view, for the Ghana Elections Commission to ensure as fast as possible when you have situations like those that you resolve them. And perhaps in some cases it should be resolved between the RO and the DRO right there and then, that listen, person X is before me, identification number X, Y, and Z, and this person is accredited, as opposed having to move from the polling station, travel to GCOM's location, get a physical letter printed, stamped, and signed, and then take that back to the location. All of that is time consuming. We live in an era of modern technology that could be done by WhatsApp or whatever the case be, a photograph right there and the information is sent and that sort of thing. And again, to avoid situation in which you have elections or the opportunity to scrutinize those elections being brought into questions. To avoid all of that, make the process much more swift.
Apart from those issues, in my constituency 14, I saw not to speak to those issues, but there weren't a lot of problems to report, mostly smooth sailing. I must say, we're talking about things that we saw, those issues, but I must say that the GCOM staff, we give them a lot of flack. But when I went to vote, the process was very smooth. The GCOM staff at the gate were able to tell you, look, this is your polling booth, you're here, you're there, you're there. Because I remember elections past where you go and you had to check your name on a list to see, oh, I'm at this polling booth, I'm at this polling booth. So the GCOM staff, using the online checking thing, they were able to check your ID, say you were at polling booth A, B, or C, which I thought was good. And that process was smooth. And again, for those persons who are now joining us, we are going to be breaking down what happened today. Chris and I, of course, give you a sort of summary of what happened in Georgetown. Not fully, but you didn't get any numbers, but we just gave you a sense of the incidents and whether or not things were going smooth. We are going to be touching base with the various regions. We're going to be going to Linden. We're going to be talking about what's happened in region number 7, Bartica, region number 6, New Amsterdam, and we're going to be going around the horn, so to speak, right? Region number 8, sorry, 10. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, region number 10 we have on the line. We're going to be bringing in our representative from region number 10, Shama Solomon. Mr. Solomon, good evening. You're on the show. You're live on elections updates.
Good evening. How you doing, Randy? Hope all is well by God's grace.
Great, man. Great. We're happy to hear your voice. And we're talking about some of the issues. How would you say things went in Linden today? Your assessment.
Smooth. I want to say we had a very smooth, good process. The day started out with quite a few people being responsive to the exercise of getting involved in local government. And though we had overcast early, it was very impressive to see people still coming out. So we had a very good exercise, especially in my constituency, Wanamedia's ward.
Yeah.
Where in Linden it represents the largest in terms of voting turnout.
Yeah.
We were very satisfied with how people expressed their desire to show their support to vote.
Right. Any particular incident to note?
No, well, not we. I'll tell you this: we took none for chance. We took none for granted, and we left none to chance. We had our scrutineers on site almost an hour before polls opened. We kept our eyes on the ballot. In fact, we actually had an exercise called Protecting the Baby. It was that precious that we went into this very serious to ensure that we look the process, we know what the list and the concern of the voters list is about. So, you know, we made our preparations quite well for this exercise, and we are going to ensure that our results are known almost immediately after they are counted, because at this moment as we speak, we just wrapped up 5 of the 10 stations at the polling place I'm at Linden Foundation, and we've already wrapped up all the other polling stations. So we're now picking up the SOPs, and we're doing the tally to put those in our database and release them.
All right. So, Raheem, could you tell us, based on collecting the SOPs, approximately how long from now we will be able to get some results out of Linden?
We've started to get some results. Like I said, my constituency, I know of the 10 polling stations, we are at 1 polling place, which is Linden Foundation. They've so far finished 6 of the stations. I know in Amelia's ward where we have 4 polling places. The other 3 have completed, and I'm waiting on the SOPs from the different candidates to bring them at the central point. So we can safely say of the 15 polling stations in constituency 1, we've so far completed almost 10 or 11. So by the next couple of minutes, I think 15 or so, as long as they're finished, we will have those for constituency 1. Being the biggest constituency, I can assure you when I check in with the others, which I'll do shortly, those are the 7 constituencies should be wrapping up. So, like I said, in a couple of minutes, maybe in the next 15, half hour the most, we should have our results in.
Excellent. And I think Randy had asked about voter turnout. So what was the percentage of voter turnout in Linden?
Well, I'll say we had a very good turnout in terms of what the response was. And I'll give you reference to the past 2 local government elections. In 2016, you had 8,100 persons turning out, and the elections that followed that, you had just about 5,000 persons turning out. Now, my constituency, the polling place that I'm at, Linden Foundation, that alone is with 4,700 voters. So the turnout the last time was so low, it almost equated to 1 polling place in the entire town. So I think we have done far better than that in terms of that last figure. But I think looking at the circumstances and the reason why people will feel more energized to vote is what are some of the different factors. But we have gotten far more response from people to come out this time around. I am satisfied. We were looking to have a 2/3 of what we were estimating in terms of what we wanted to demonstrate, so that we have no exception in how we approach having the full control of the council and its 16 seats. As of for now, I can say we're on that path at this moment.
I wanted to follow up on that because persons may be curious. Tell us about the town council and the amount of seats and the current allocation as is.
Well, the council is made up of 16 seats. 8 are given through the constituency representative format, and the other 8 is given through the PR coming from the list. At the last local government elections, we won all of the constituency positions, and the PBP, by gaining 400 votes at the last election, managed to get 1 seat on the council. So I want to say this time around, based on the numbers that we wanted and we had projected to come out, that is where we want to ensure that 1 seat is either removed, or we are able to maintain that position of ensuring that they don't have more than 1 seat in the council. And we must remember also that the People's Progressive Party would have thrown significant resources,
Yes.
would have run one of the most unsophisticated campaign in terms of starting and bullying people to put on red jerseys. I know persons saw the nomination day and thought there was a wave of red and that sort of optics and facade. We saw those things very evident. But I want to say, notwithstanding all of that, whether it was manipulating the CDCs and how they were going to get funding, whether it was giving out certain contracts, even the cash grant to the students, all of those things came as a bombardment of the reckless spending of resources and the mad distribution of idle wealth during a campaign. And I think this is the first time, not only politics and oil mixing, but the first time to see oil in an election. I think it's a good indicator to know what to expect for a national election. So all those things are good to evaluate. But I think more than anything else, what we were able to show is that notwithstanding all of that resources that any government may have, that the will of the people is the most important and will stand once a process of election comes around.
Yeah.
And I think that is what we are demonstrating right now, that notwithstanding that massive spending in our money, that we were able to run on the fuel of goodwill. And that in itself is what lays the challenge up against what the DIP came with.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, so Raheem, we'll let you go for now. Of course, we will check back in with you in a couple of minutes' time to start getting those results out of the mighty town of Linden.
No problem, Chris. You're and you have a blessed one.
Thank you.
You too. All right, so that was, of course, Mr. Sharma Raheem Solomon, who
Region
is
number 10.
Region 10, and of course, one of the campaign managers there, and of course, he himself a candidate in constituency 1. And based on the information he shared with us, thus far, out of 15 polling stations that are located in that constituency 1, to this hour, there are 11 of which have completed their count, 4 more to go.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we will check in with the small constituencies that has less polling station and see if we can make a projection and so forth. So
Yeah.
we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, Sharma made some good points there about the spending that we saw during these elections.
Oh, yes.
And the giving out of contracts and cash grants and what they call small business loans as they go into communities.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the issue here is that we have seen that has not broken the will of the people.
Yeah.
That has not given them the traction based on what we saw today, giving them the traction that they would have wanted. Because the reality is this, and this is what I said, Chris, they have created a situation in the country where you starve people,
Yes.
and then you show up with a few pieces of bread.
Yeah.
And so the people see you as the savior, and then you say to them, as you're giving them this piece of bread,
Mm-hmm.
you need to vote for me so you can get more bread.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is good to see people rejecting that sort of quid pro quo politics, in that, look, you are supposed to do certain things for us as a government.
That's right.
You don't starve us, starve the council, starve the NDC, and then at election time, come and tell us, look, here is some crumbs, take it and come and vote for me, you'll get some more. Because we've seen this. We see them going to communities and say, we will fix your bridge.
Mm-hmm.
We will fix this. We will clean the drains. We will fix the road. Those are the things that you are supposed to be empowering the NDCs and the town councils, city councils to do by giving them what is rightfully theirs and allow them to manage it.
Yeah.
And so I am happy, you know, and part of the low voter turnout is sort of a rejection of that sort of thing too. They have failed to energize the people with the little perks,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? And this is something that we must point out to the country, that look, and what is important, what's instructive about what Sharma said is that this is a precursor. This is sort of a sign of things to come 2025. We have seen their playbook now.
Correct.
We have seen their playbook. And so, you know, we have to be vigilant.
Yeah, well, you know, indeed, on the campaign trail, I have been making a plea
Mm-hmm.
to those eligible voters that Essentially, what you've mentioned in terms of what the People's Progressive Party Civic have been doing in these elections is it falls smack down to disrespect of the intelligence of the Guyanese people.
Yes.
I can tell you, and I'll probably have to share with the operator, when you're going along Lamaha Street towards Guy Hawk Park or Lamaha Park, there is across the trench or across the Lamaha, there is Sapphire. Last night, I kid you not, last night, the construction of a bridge bridging the roadway to Sapphire commenced. Last night, there is the machine and it's digging, and these men in the dead of night. By morning, the bridge was not completed. But again, it was a push by the PPP to have this little makeshift bridge constructed in less than 12 hours to buy over votes from people.
Yeah.
And I said to people that when you go to the polls today to vote, is that you're voting to put and stop to the PPP's disrespect of your intelligence. Because the PPP is of the opinion that, listen, I could go in Lane Avenue, I can suddenly pave a road after how many years of never doing it, and the people of Lane Avenue come and vote for me. I could go in Sapphire and build a bridge and paint it up in colors, and the people, that's how disrespectful they are. And at the same time, you go in stronghold communities of the People's Progressive Party Civic. The PPP will never attempt such in their strongholds. They will never attempt it. You go into the strongholds, there are properly constructed bridge, which took a period of time, which had estimated engineers' eyes to ensure that it meets the specification and all of that. But you go in non-traditional supported areas of Guyana, the PPP will run up in there, throw 2 planks down, drop a board, paint it with some paint, and cut a ribbon.
Yeah.
You know, and it's that sort of disrespect. You go into the PPP stronghold communities, well-paved roads, beautiful street lights, proper drainage and irrigation, and you're happy as a Guyanese. But you go to other communities that are not stronghold of the PPP, it is the complete opposite. And as you rightfully said, the PPP starved these communities, these non-traditional support communities, of resources until it comes to an election time. Suddenly they run in, ministers hugging up people, kissing babies, and they're putting on street lights.
Right.
That is how disrespectful the People's Progressive Party Civic is to the Guyanese people.
Yeah.
And we said to people that on this day, Monday, the election day, you have an opportunity to vote, to put a stop to that, to say to the People's Progressive Party Civic that you reject their belief that you are ignorant people.
Right. So, you know, I saw what you said there. Even in Tocqueville, I see them doing bridges and cleaning gutters, and they're doing all manner of things leading up to elections. But it is such, like you said, a disrespect, because we know that you have not fulfilled your end of the bargain, your obligations as it relates to funding the NDCs and the city councils and the town councils. So you have decided that you're not going to give them money. The elections come around, you do an ad saying, look, the city council is doing what they're supposed to do. Look, the garbage here. And then you're going to go into the community and say, look, I can do it for you. I can take the same money that I was supposed to give to the council, and I can come and do this bridge for you. Right? When you were supposed to give that to the council function as is. Chris, it is very clear what the playbook is, and we have to be vigilant. And this is why local government is such an important piece of our entire democratic pie, because you as citizens get an opportunity to be a part and have a say. I know that we said, folks, that we are going around the horn, we're going around the country. Chris is going to tell us we're in region number 6 now, and we're going to be on the phone with Javon Stevens from region number 6. Javon, good evening. You're on the show.
Hi, good evening.
All right. Tell us about what is happening there in region number 6, New Amsterdam, especially as we move to exit polling time. What has played out in your part of the woods?
All right, we had an average voter turnout of 40%.
Okay.
Numbers just start coming in. The countries are coming, various constituencies, and we are doing our internal tallies as we speak.
Okay.
I'm happy to say that thus far, New Amsterdam is looking for no change.
Any particular hiccups, incidents to report, or smooth sailing up there?
So far, it's incident free.
Okay.
At this moment, incident free.
All right.
So yeah, Javan, you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so essentially you had huge fanfare by the People's Progressive Party Civic in terms of support areas, and their emphasis seemed to have been focused on the young people in there. In terms of the age of voters, share with us what you guys saw in the municipality of New Amsterdam, youth versus mid-age, the elderly.
A lot of mid-aged persons came out, and a few elderly also. For some reason, I think young people stayed away from the polls to some extent.
All right. Javon, tell us about, I know our viewers, we had a rundown about Linden. Tell us about the town council there in New Amsterdam, the makeup as is, and what are your expectations coming out of these elections? What?
New Amsterdam Council, as is 15 seats.
Okay.
14 seats, sorry. APNU enjoying
10 out of the 14. Okay.
And AFC 1.
Okay. So you have seven from the list and 7 constituencies.
Correct. 14, yes.
Okay. And so based on what you saw today, you know, any thoughts on whether this will be maintained or increased?
It should be maintained plus exceeded.
Okay.
We have
Okay.
been able to capture all 7 constituencies. Just to capture, within about 45 minutes, I could, on a point of strength, say, you know what? All 7 constituencies have been won by the APNU. It's a matter of time.
All right, so Lyndon Sharma Solomon was sharing with us, like, for example, in one of his constituencies that had 15 polling stations. And thus far, when we spoke with him, there were 10 of those polling stations that would have already completed their count, and they were just awaiting the remainder. Is there any constituency in New Amsterdam that you could share with us that would have already counted X amount of the polling stations, and how many more are outstanding?
All right. The first constituency, that is Queenstown Ordnance and Spanish Midfield, is about 80% of the counties in there, and the APN have an unassailable lead thus far. That's constituency number 1.
And any other?
There was 120, exact.
Yeah.
He will become not victorious.
And any other of the constituencies?
No, I cannot tell you the authority at the moment. But very shortly.
Okay.
Very shortly, I can give you some more information.
Yeah.
I am too lucky.
Very
I
good.
have numbers in front of me.
But you don't.
So I can look both at the same time.
All right. So
I'm quite excited at the moment also.
All right. We can hear the excitement in your voice, but we will check back with you in a few minutes' time because we're preparing to do the projections in terms of those results.
All right, thank you.
All right, good. Thanks a lot. All right. So Javan Stevens, one of the campaign managers for the New Amsterdam municipality, just last evening when we spoke with the deputy mayor of New Amsterdam, similar to what is happening as illustrated by Sharma Solomon in Linden, and similar what is happening in Georgetown as spoken of by the outgoing mayor, Ubaraj Nurain, is that he spoke in New Amsterdam that their scheduled garbage removal, and it's an onto of about 2 months ago, all of a sudden the schedules were changed, but the residents were not told. So they had a large buildup of garbage in New Amsterdam all of a sudden, resulting in himself as deputy mayor and some of the councillors he as deputy mayor drove a garbage truck and went through the streets and removed the garbage himself. So, and you saw that same pattern in Georgetown and Linden and Bartica. And we said to people that, of course, it was all part of a carefully orchestrated plot by the People's Progressive Party Civic to discredit the various town councils leading up to these elections. And then you had ministers of the government went into these areas and said, look, you see, they're removing your garbage and all manner of things. Even their subvention, some of them did not, even up to this, they have not received their subvention. And as a parliamentarian, I spoke to the fact that the parliament in the 2023 budget allocated hundreds of millions of dollars to rates and taxes. And to date, those taxes have not been paid off to the various areas. So we're live and we are speaking now with Mr. Vince Roy Jordan.
Region number 5.
Vince Roy Jordan is also the Vice Chairman of the People's National Congress Reform, a Member of Parliament out of Region 5. Vince Roy, pleasant good evening to you.
Good evening, Chris. Good evening, brother.
All right, so could you share with us throughout the day's proceedings in Region number 5, the Mahaica-Berbice region, how has the electoral process been in that part of your woods?
It has been a smooth one. We got off to a very early start, about 3 in the morning, getting boxes out of the container, being dispatched to all the different polling places, and voting started promptly at 6 at 99% of the polling stations, and from then we saw voters trickling in throughout the day. We had, of course, throughout the region, from my estimation at those our agents on the ground, a very low turnout in a number of areas. And so when you total it together, this is somewhat seemingly like a very low turnout in terms of the response to voters going out at this local government election. Apart from that, we found that in some instances, GCOM had some deficiencies in the areas of the folios. At one polling station in Bushland Village, they had folios with no photographs, and we could not identify voters. GCOM was clearly not prepared in that area to carry out an election. I would say free, fair, credible, transparent. In Litchfield Village, we had a very similar instance where we had a few of the stations without any but without any pictures, so that you can follow who is the voter and clearly identify the persons coming to vote. Across the region in District 1 in the Maikoni area, we had instances of broken 6-digit stamps. So we had a backup of voters. People were getting out of station. People had to go to work because they tried to vote before going to work. And so early in the morning, we had some difficulties and deficiencies on the part of GCOM. Outside of that, voting was very much smooth, and well, we're now in the process of counting, and so I believe we will await results in the nearest possible time.
All right, so for the benefit of the viewers, Vince Roy Jordan is in a region, and his region doesn't have a municipality, but rather they have NDCs. So we'll invite Vince Roy. Could you share with us how many NDCs were being contested, and how many NDCs were won by the APNU from the last election, and what is your projection for these elections?
All right, yes. So, region number 5, my Berbice, we have 10 NDCs across the region, and the coalition contested in 9 of those NDCs. The only one we did not contest is the Botibarg NDC. Out of the 10 NDCs in total, from the last local government election, 2018, we won 6 of those NDCs, and up to the present present time, until new councillors are sworn in, or rather up to today, we were in control of those 6 and had clear majorities on the 6. Coming out of today, I am quite confident that the coalition will maintain its strong points or strongholds, as we would say, within those 6 NDCs. And so I'm quite confident that we would continue to manage those and lead those NDCs. And I'm also of the view that we would have made inroads in some of the smaller sections in terms of constituencies within the Woodlands Bellier, and so I'm awaiting results to confirm that. But that is an area that we would have worked very hard, and of course rejected it in 2 communities, 2 constituencies within that NDC, and so I'm hoping for very, very much favorable result in that particular NDC.
Viceroy, Randolph Critchlow here.
Yes, Randy.
I know you mentioned the low voter turnout. Was it the same in region number 5, the PPP, splurging the oil money and giving all of these inducements to especially the younger voters? Was it the same tactics used in region number 5 as in the other regions, given the fact that we still saw low voter turnout?
Well, yes, Randy, I think it is something that they did across the nation. And I mean, I would conclude it to be a waste of taxpayers' dollars. And it's simple. One of our NDCs, which is the Profit Rising Sun, the PPP came into that area. They spent a lot of money on people and not on development in the community.
Yes.
They looked at the welfare of a few people. Of course, I would call it vote buying. So they bought a few what they would consider significant, but we know as insignificant persons, and a few who have different characters and so on. And they basically just, like you said, splurge, use the money to their own likeness. And one of the things in that very, very community where you found that when the minister and the prime minister came and they walked, they had hundreds sometimes people coming in to come. They brought a whole lot of people, and then you see a whole lot of red shorts and all sorts of things. But surprisingly, when I just saw had a glance of one of the statements of one polling place, the results for one, and I saw out of approximately 150 votes cast, the PP got about nine votes, and the coalition got the rest. But you know, outside of that, you still find that even the people that they were spending this money behind, even those people were not even seen today. You couldn't even locate, you know, as to whether these people are still alive and that sort of thing.
So it was essentially a rejection of the PPP, though they spent this large amount of money and splurging on the people.
Of course.
Interesting.
You know, and we spoke about this because they came into the community, and I you know, I went at length to tell the ministers of local government, the public service, and the sports and culture, look, you don't come into a community and do what you want to do in a community. You come to a community, you ask the local leaders what they want, and then you work with them so that the community can properly benefit. You can't come to my community and tell me that I need a community center grow when I am telling you that I need a training center for young men to learn some skill.
Mm-hmm.
You need to understand the culture of my community. You need to understand where we're lacking and the likes. But they did not do that. They came on this wild goose chase trying to win people's hearts to the PPP and trying to just get votes. But it didn't work, Randy. I can tell you, Chris, it didn't work. With all of the PPP it didn't work. And I know probably tomorrow morning, you know, Barrett might be telling Sony Prague was responsible for Region 5. You did some messy work. Some people might be getting some slaps and so on, as you know, the type of poorest who would do those things, But it didn't work.
Right.
It's a waste of state resources.
Excellent. All right, Vince White, how soon from now will you likely be able to give us any results from any of the NDCs in your region?
Well, let's say in another half of an hour to 45 minutes, because Compton is about to close in about 3 of our major NDCs, and that is Nasty Guy, Profit Rising Sun, and Tempe Seafood. So as soon as that is true, I would be able to say to you, well, look, we would have gotten results for such and such constituency, and we are moving to occupy how many seats and all of those such on the council.
Excellent. All right, so we'll talk about this with you, Vince White Jordan. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chris, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Vince White Jordan,
Yes.
region number 5.
Region number 5. And for those persons who are now joining us, we are bringing you information from the various regions as it relates to the local government election, what would have happened throughout the day at the various polling stations. We spoke, of course, to region number 10. Sharma Solomon, he indicated that he will be getting some information very soon from region number 10. He is encouraged by the voter turnout in region number 10, especially in his constituency, and spoke to a number of issues as to the tactics of the PPP, trying to change a perception and make people believe, a la nomination day, make people believe that they have some sort of overwhelming support in region number 10. Just a reminder, region number 10 has a council that is made up of 16 seats. 8 are from the PR list, and of course 8 constituency candidates. Out of those 15, the APNU controls, out of those 16, the APNU controls 16. We also spoke to Javon Stevens from region number 6, New Amsterdam. He is also indicated that he is heartened by the voter turnout in region number 6, and has indicated that he too is counting and will be getting some information from that region in just a bit. We also spoke just now to Vince Roy Jordan, who is the MP from region number 5. Region number 5, of course, does not have a council. It is made up of NDCs, and these NDCs govern the various areas. And he is confident, of course, that the APNU would have done well in those NDCs that they would have gone through. Folks, let me remind you that the PPP is running in all of the constituencies and NDCs and local areas around the country. The APNU would have made a decision that they are going to run in strategic areas. They're going to defend their strongholds, Georgetown, New Amsterdam, Bartica, Linden, these areas, and a number of other NDCs where we felt that we needed to participate. So I'm saying this to you because you will hear Barjagdio come out tomorrow, the next day, and start to throw out numbers, how they won X amount, and they'll put percentages to it. But I want you to remember and understand that the APNU did not run in all of the constituencies, and so there are a number of constituencies and local authority areas where there are no contests, where we did not run. And so be mindful of the numbers that you will hear, and understand and pay close attention to those key areas that we're speaking of tonight, those municipalities. We're going to be talking, of course, to folks on region number 7 in Bartica in just a minute, and get a sense of what happened up there. Bartica, like Georgetown, we are going to be expecting to get a new mayor. Despite what happens, we have heard from the sitting mayors of Bartica and of Georgetown that they will not be vying for that position again. So that is going to be a seat that is up for grab. Now, for those persons who are unaware, because a lot of these local government issues are a little cloudy, a little hazy, what happens is that the council votes on a mayor. People elect their councillors from the various constituencies, and then, of course, the matching number from the PR list, the party selects the matching number. For example, for Georgetown has 15 constituencies. So there are 30 seats on the Georgetown City Council. 15 constituency candidates who are automatically on the council by winning their constituencies. And of course, 15 candidates who are picked from the party's proportional representation list. And so the party has an opportunity to pick 15 PR candidates or pick PR candidates based on the amount of seats that they would have won. And so those 30 seats on the council, when the council convenes, the councillors decide who amongst us will be the mayor, and a vote is cast for the mayor. Similarly to what happens in Parliament, as the opposition decides on who will be the leader of the opposition, that vote is cast in Parliament. So similarly, this will happen in region number 7 in Bartica. When that council is convened, the councillors will pick or vote on their mayor. And of course, we know that both Georgetown and Bartica are expecting to have new mayors come next few days as we wait the results. Yes, we've been tracking what is happening around the country. We want you to share the live stream. We encourage you to share the live. We will be on for a little while as we get some information from these key areas like Linden, New Amsterdam, Bartica, and of course, Georgetown. As you know, Georgetown is the largest local authority area, or the largest municipality, right? The city of Georgetown City Council, which is going to be very key. As we said, the PPP would have spent a whole lot of money trying to convince people that they should vote for them after spending over 2 years stifling. From 2020 to now, they have done their level best to try and make the city council look bad, because of course the Georgetown City Council is controlled by the APNU AFC, and so they've done their best to stymie and stifle the city council so that they can swoop in now and say to you Guyanese people, look, this is what the council has not done. They have not been doing this. Look, the garbage here, look this here. But I think our people have realized that this is a ruse. They have realized that this is an attempt by the PPP to stifle the council and then come in as the saviors. And today, of course, a number of persons would have indicated that they know what is happening, and so we're happy. The leader of the opposition, of course, voted very early this morning, and he reminded us that campaigning and elections is about groundwork, is about meeting the people. It's not about flags and banners. It's not about flags and banners. It's about going to the people and representing them, about hearing their concerns and ensuring that you connect with those people on the ground so they understand that you are going to be representing them. Not coming in during election time to offer me a 40,000 or fix my bridge, and then we don't see you the rest of the year. It's about connecting with the people on the ground. So it is 7:48 here in Georgetown, and I'm hoping to get some information. Check with our operator fee. Right. If we're going to get some information, I want to know if you're going to connect with Bartica. All right, so you're getting things together here. Okay, so we're getting information that we're going to get some results in just a minute. So hold on. For those persons who are still live with us, we are going to be sharing with you some results as it happens. I've been getting some information from our team that some results are imminent. So let us stay tuned as we bring to you information about what is happening. Can we say which area we're going to be looking at? Right. So We're going to be getting some information about what happened there at Mocha, some results coming in, and our operators are working feverishly to ensure that those results are right. We don't want to bring inaccurate things to you. So just hold as we bring to you information, results from Mocha. Now, Mocha had, I think, 6 constituencies in Mocha, and we're going to be bringing you some information. Let me just see if I can pull up. Right, these are some projected results from Mocha. Right, some projected results from Mocha. Mocha had 6 constituencies. In constituency number 1, we had the APNU had Stay on Hope, constituency number 1. Constituency number 2, Mr. Ron Liverpool was running in constituency number 2. Constituency number 3 in Mocha. Let me ensure I have everybody here. Constituency number 3 in Mocha, we had Miss Barbara Joyce in constituency number 3. This is the APNU candidate. In constituency 4, Mr. Julian Forrest. Julian Forrest was our candidate in constituency 4 from Mocha. Constituency 5, Lytton Ramsey. Lytton Ramsey was our candidate for constituency number 5, and constituency number 6 from Mocha, Mr. Acosta Agard. And those are the 6 constituency candidates from Mocha. I'm told that we're getting some early projections from Mocha. So we're just standing by for that. Right. So if you're now joining us, please share the live stream. Please share the live stream so others can get the information as it comes in. I'm going to be joined again by Christopher Jones. Right. Christopher Jones. Chris, I am told that we're getting some information. Can you confirm where we're getting the information from? I know we said Mocha. Any other location?
Right. So we are about to receive the first set of information, the first set of results, actually, not projection, but actual results.
Okay.
This will come from the village of Mocha on the east bank of Demerara. And of course, we're waiting for the operator to bring us that intro into that. But also, we just been receiving information. It has been alleged that over the weekend, there were ballots being stuffed. I don't want to name the location because, as I mentioned before, it is being alleged, and those ballot boxes have been taken over to West Demerara region number 3. That information is now coming to hand, and of course, the APNU officials are monitoring the situation, and of course, investigation has commenced as it relates to that. So that information just in over the weekend, ballot boxes have been stuffed, and those boxes have been taken over to the West Demerara area region number 3. And of course, as we go through the night's proceedings, we will be able to bring you more information on that, and of course, keep you updated as it relates to that. The operator is not ready. Right. So, Randy, so we got the results that we're going to be had from Mocha Village. And of course, then we're going to go to Bartica, where we have the Kayoni Mazuni representative are standing by to wait for that information and update from that in terms of what is happening there.
Yeah. Well, we still waiting. You want us to take the call before?
Yeah, we should. All right. So we'll
those persons who there, we're going to
So just bring it in and just bring it in. Just bring it in.
Yeah, let's get the information. Come in. It's coming.
All All right, so we have that result coming out from the village of Mocha. Mocha Arcadia has 6 constituencies, and we can report to you that Stay on Hope. Stay on Hope has won his constituency 160 votes for the APNU. The People's Progressive Party Civic, 40 votes, and there were 13 votes that were rejected. Again, coming out of the village of Mocha, 6 constituencies. 1 constituency has been won by the APNU, and that constituency candidate is Stay on Hope, and he won with a result of 160 votes for the APNU candidate Stay on Hope, and the People's Progressive Party Civic 40 votes, and there were 13 votes have been rejected. That is constituency 1 in the village of Mocha. There are 5 other constituencies, and just in a few minutes we will get the results from those constituencies. So again, for those of you just joining us, in the village of Mocha, there are 6 constituencies. The APNU has just 1 constituency 1, and this goes to the young candidate by the name of Stay on Hope, and he won that constituency with 160 votes for the APNU, People's Progressive Party Civic, 40 votes, and there were 13 votes that were rejected. We will go to the phones and speak here to the Member of Parliament with responsibility for the East Bank of Demerara. And as you know, she has been doing some work throughout many of the constituencies on the East Bank of Demerara, and that person is Apnu Lge. Apnu Lge, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Comrade Jones.
All right, so first let me just say congratulations to you and your team thus far, winning 1 out of 6 constituencies there in the village of Mocha. Stay on Hope with 160 votes for the APNU, People's Progressive Party Civic 40, with 13 votes have been rejected. How has the day been in terms of voter turnout in the village of Mocha?
I would say that voter turnout in the community would have been about 60 or 70% thereabout. I can't give the exact, but this is an average. And it has been steady in terms of people coming to the poll and casting their ballots.
MP Randolph Critchlow here. I want to know what are your thoughts on your projections for the other 5 constituencies. How has the exit polling been? Do you feel confident about the other 5 constituencies in Mocha Arcadia?
Yes, I am. I'm just awaiting the final results. The results as they tally, but I am sure that we would have won all the constituency. Okay. I don't foresee that changing, but let's wait and see. So we have the official information.
I know as well, MP, you had the incident in which people's homes were bulldozed by the People's Progressive Party Civic in the village of Mocha. Their livelihood and their lives being displaced. Do you think that what the People's Progressive Party Civic did in the village of Mocha in terms of bulldozing those homes resulted in the large turnout of people in the village of Mocha to vote against them?
Yes, that would be one of the main reasons. But also recently they had a meeting in the community, a public meeting, and at that meeting, one of the chairpersons said that the lands in Mocha does not belong to the Africans. It belongs to all 6 races of Guyana, and anybody could come in and do whatever they wish. And that is something that we take key note of, because people don't give away their inheritance just like that.
Exactly.
And it has resonated seriously in the hearts of our seniors to recognize that persons do not understand the value, or persons do not appreciate the hard work of the people before us.
And history, yeah.
To make it possible, yeah. So.
All right, so tell us a bit about the young man, Stay on Hope. Is he first time candidate contesting elections? Is he part, or was he previously a part of the NDC?
Sian is a newly elected representative. He was not a part of the NDC, but He was always involved in helping in youth development, specifically football. He's an electrician by profession and very active in helping persons in the community. He has a great passion for farming. He's a farmer. He would have been one of the farmers that would have lost quite a lot of crops when the government deliberately blocked our drainage canal. He would have lost a lot of his stuff. So Sian is a person who is very much community oriented and very passionate about development, especially in the community and those among the youths in the village.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So, MP, I will let you go. Again, congratulations to young Stian Hope, and of course to you and your team. And of course, we look forward to getting the other updates as it relates to the rest of the constituency there.
Yeah, sure. You have the updates, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Nima Flubes. All right, so quickly, that was Member of Parliament Nima Flubes, and of course, just confirming the information just received here at Command Center. In the village of Mocha, there are 6 constituencies. The APNU has just won the first constituency, which is constituency 1, which was contested by Stay on Hope. Stay on Hope won that constituency to 160 votes for the APNU, People's Progressive Party Civic Party, with 13 votes being rejected. Stay on Hope is now an elected councillor of the Mocha
the NDC.
INDC. That's correct. User and
yeah, definitely. And
even being on the campaign trail in Mocha at one of the public meetings that I spoke at, you saw these young people.
Yeah.
This is almost an entirely new council, all young, fresh faces. And as Nima mentioned there, with Stian being not only an electrician by trade, but he's also a farmer.
Yeah.
And several of the other young men that are contesting the other constituencies as well, outside of the regular job that they do, they're also involved in poultry or farming.
Yeah, definitely. I took note of the makeup of the candidates or the list of candidates from Mocha Arcade, and I was heartened that I know that they had a real vibrant campaign going there in Mocha. And I don't think that this is a surprise.
Yeah,
I think that the representation in Mocha is very strong. Not helped by the fact that the PVP would have done, the people of Mocha so terribly the other day. And so, good news there. And we're hoping that the other constituencies will come through very soon. Stay on Hope winning constituency number 1 in Mocha Arcadia.
and you also had a lot of the Reds, a whole host of red jerseys. All of a sudden, a new love affair for the village of Mocha. There were several promises and pledges and all manner of story happening in Mocha.
Yeah,
I do hope those promises are fulfilled.
Well, that is the issue, because we see Chris, the modus operandi. We see the VP saying that they will support the city councillors if they win.
Yeah.
If the council is made up of PPP candidates, they will support them. So that tells us, we can deduce, we big and we got sense.
That's right.
That this government is not prepared to support council that they don't win.
Yeah.
People must understand that the government has a responsibility. Local organs are there to basically help the government to implement and to manage the resources that the government, some of it, of course, a lot of it coming from central government. We see this in the regional system also. We see this in the regional system where central government decides that they are going to stymie and hinder progress in the regions that they do not control. Region number 4, region number 7, region number 10. Those regional chairs and those regional councils have been experiencing hell. Budgets are being prepared. The council doesn't know where the budget comes from. The REO preparing the budget himself. Then the councillors go out in the communities and come back with the information that's supposed to populate that budget. That is not done. And so the vice president's comments about supporting the council if the PPP wins it It's nothing new. They've been doing that. They've not been supporting those RDCs, NDCs, town councils, city councils that they did not win. And for me, it's not only petty, but it's poor politics.
And dictatorship.
Right. Because you're saying essentially, if I don't win this area, I will starve you.
Yeah.
I will not support you. I wouldn't give you a subvention. Why I say it's poor politics? And you know, we hail these, some people hail these people, oh, they're so smart, they this. It is extremely poor politics. Because at the end of the day, if you as the central government stymie and hinder the progress of development in region number 4 because your party doesn't control the RDC, and then if you had projected to be here in terms of your development at a point X by 2025, you will not hit that target because you have essentially self-harmed by not allowing region 4 to blossom, by not allowing the council to do what they have to do and function effectively. Now imagine if region number 4's council was given the freedom to do and work in the communities as they should, and not being controlled by Dharamlal and Bharat through the RU, Gadraj. Imagine if the RDC had the resources to do what they had to do. Now imagine if the city council, which is controlled by the APNU, AFC, had the resources, had Dharamlal given them the resources that they're supposed to give them. Just imagine how much work could have been done, how much development could have been had in Georgetown. Now, this is why I say it's poor politics.
Exactly.
Because you are essentially harming yourself as a country.
Exactly. All right. So we have some breaking news coming into the desk right now. And this is as it relates to Attorney General Anil Nandalal. Report states that Anil Nandalal, just a few minutes ago, demanded to go into the Melanie North School, but was blocked at the gate. The school has 6 polling stations. He tried to bluff the police at the gate by telling them that he's a senior party scrutineer without showing any GCOM letter or documentation to that effect. The community decided, that is a community of Melanie. They then decided that if Anil Nandalal was allowed to go into the polling station, then all of them must be allowed to enter as well. Anil Nandalal apparently was accompanied by comrades from the village of Enterprise. After being refused entry into the Melanie North School, Attorney General Anil Nandalal then drove off from the polling station. Again, information now reaching the news center. Anil Nandalal, Attorney General of Guyana, just a few minutes ago, demanded to go into the Melanie North School, but was blocked at the gate. The school has 6 polling stations. He tried to bluff the police at the gate by saying to them that he is a senior party scrutineer without showing any GCOM letter or documentation to that effect. The community decided that if he was allowed in, then all of them must be allowed in too, to go into the polling station. They said that he wanted to check on what is going on in the polling station. Anil Nandalal, the Attorney General, was accompanied by comrades from the village of Enterprise. And of course, this happened just a few minutes ago at the Melanie North School, in which the Attorney General, Anil Nandalal, accompanied by comrades from the village of Enterprise, tried to enter the school compound, but was blocked at the gate by the police presence there. And of course, the community came out in their numbers. Now, this is nothing new. We saw similar and different incidents allegedly involving Anil Nandalal during the last election, where it was alleged that he was distributing voters' identification card. The allegation was played on social media and so forth. So here it is again, just a few minutes ago, for those of you just joining us, a report reaching the news desk. It is alleged that Attorney General Anil Nandalal demanded to go into the Melanie North School, but was blocked at the gate. The school has 6 polling stations. He tried to bluff the police at the gate by stating that he is a senior party scrutineer without showing any GCOM letter or documentation to the effect. The members of the community came out in their numbers and demanded that if Anil Nandalal was allowed in the school compound, all of them will have to be able to get into the school compound as well. And at the time, Anil Nandalal, it is alleged, he was accompanied by comrades from the village of Enterprise. We will keep you abreast as it relates to this incident happened just a few minutes ago at Melanie North School, allegedly involving the Attorney General Anil Nandalal.
Yeah.
Randy, this feels like deja vu.
Yeah.
This
ID card gate.
This feels like deja vu.
Feels like ID card gate all over again. We also getting some information that there was an incident at the South Brownsville Primary School where some GCOM agents, they were looking at the letter given to the APNU polling agents, and they were suggesting that the letter didn't give them accreditation to stay and count the votes. Fortunately, the leader of the opposition and some other APNU personnel, they arrived in the situation, has been resolved. Of course, these are the things that we're seeing around the country. These are and this is why we tell people they have to be vigilant. What you just read there about what these attempts by the PPP to kind of frustrate the system, to cause chaos and confusion so that they can do what they have to do. This is why 49 ballot boxes disappeared. Not that disappeared, but the contents of the ballot, or everything except the ballot disappeared last elections. And so this is why we have to be vigilant and we have to be careful.
And you know, just earlier I made the point, GCOM, this is 2023. There are quick and swift ways in which you can resolve an issue. Every political party that is contesting an election, whether it's local government elections or general and regional elections, are entitled to have scrutineers to scrutinize the process throughout the entire day. At the close of the poll, every political party that is contesting that election has a right to have a person who's there to count the votes. So this whole thing, what is being said here in terms of a letter, it is absolute foolishness. So if you attempt to ask a counting agent of a political party to exit, leave this space while the PPP remains in this space, and we will count the votes together. It is literally like lighting a time bomb, and more so in South Georgetown. In my constituency, the entire elections could be brought to a complete halt from that constituency alone. So I am happy to hear that the matter has been resolved, but it should not have even become a matter. The DREOs who have authorities in those areas should off the bat resolve the issue. Right? And make a report that notwithstanding that polling agent for which political party didn't have XY letter, I permitted him or her to stay true for the count. How could you, in an election, ask someone who is there from a political party to leave the space while they are about to count the votes? And they're going to be counting the votes with the People's Progressive Party Civic alone. It makes absolutely no sense. All right, so just let me do a quick recap before we bring you some more updates coming out of the village of Mocha on the east bank of Demerara. There are 6 constituencies there being contested by the People's Progressive Party Civic and the APNU coalition. The result thus far is that the APNU has won one of the constituency number 1, and Mr. Sion Hope has just been elected or council-elect in that constituency. The results of the votes are Stay on Hope, 160 votes, APNU, the People's Progressive Party Civic, 40 votes, with 13 votes being rejected. That is coming out of the village of Mocha. There are still 5 constituencies results to be had. And of course, we had that breaking information coming out from the east coast of Demerara, in which it is alleged that Attorney General Anil Nandalal attempted to enter the Melanie North School. but was blocked at the gate by the Guyana police force. He had then indicated to the police there that he is a senior party scrutineer without providing any letter from the Ghana Elections Commission or any documentation to substantiate that claim. Residents in Melanie then flocked to the school and then made it clear to the police at the gate that if the Attorney General is permitted to enter the compound, then all of them will also enter the compound. It is also alleged that the Attorney General, Anil Nandalal, was accompanied by comrades from the village of Enterprise after being rejected or denied entry by the Guyana police force at the Melanie North gate. Anil Nandalal, it is alleged, drove off. And of course, we will continue to bring you information from the east coast of Demerara as it relates to that.
Getting some information from constituency 6 in Georgetown, constituency candidate who is Javon Mohammed from constituency 6, one of the polling stations in Sophia, which is the Sophia Nursery, not the Sophia Nursery, it is a Commons Park Nursery. The figures are not confirmed as yet, but the APNU is firmly in the lead there. APNU firmly in the lead at the Commons Park in Sophia, the constituency number 6 in Sophia. Some positive information coming out there. Right, we also getting information from constituency 9, Lodge, Meadowbrook, Durban Backlands. Lodge, Meadowbrook, Durban Backlands. We have results coming from constituency 9 in Georgetown that the APNU has won that constituency, constituency number 9. We don't have the figures yet, but we can confirm to you based on our exit polling that constituency 9 in Georgetown has been won by the APNU candidate. Let me just confirm the candidate from constituency number 9 for you. So those persons who are looking at us, we have some positive information there coming out from constituency number 9, which is Lodge, Meadowbrook, Durban Backlands. Kyle Solomon is the constituency candidate, and we can confirm as the exit polling suggests that APNU would have won constituency 9 in Georgetown. So bringing some good news here for you. And as we would have said, constituency 6, positive information coming out of Sophia there that the APNU is firmly in the lead. The Javon Mohammed, that candidate in constituency 6, which is Sophia. Right, we have Sophia has another candidate, another constituency.
Correct.
With Mr. Hines, but we don't have information on that. So positive results so far.
Well, indeed, because Sophia was one of those constituencies that the People's Progressive Party Civics sent in Santa Claus, the bags of goodies and all of the sweeties and trinkets that they could possibly find, start to insult the intelligence of the Guyanese people. But of course, in those results that we have coming out of Sophia, it's clear that the Sophians, or as I refer to them,
Sophia.
Have rejected that. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. We just got an update from the Melanie North School. In reports suggest that the Attorney General, Anil Nandalal, is allegedly still trying to gain entry into the polling station. As mentioned before, he doesn't have a letter from the Ghana Elections Commission or any documentation to substantiate his claim that he is a senior party scrutineer. And as mentioned before, the residents of Melanie are out there on the streets in Melanie, and of course they're protesting that if Anil Nandalal is allowed entry into the school compound, then all of them will have to also be given entry. I know polling stations are closed, and what is happening now is the count. And I can't understand for what reason the Attorney General, as it is alleged, would want to be given entrance into the compound. What is there to check on? During the day's proceedings, you will have candidates who will be accredited, and they could go to the various polling stations. In fact, there's a allocated number, whether it be 3 or 4 polling stations, to check on their party activists there to find out if everything is fine and okay. But at 6 o'clock, when the polls are closed, then it is only the counting agents from the political parties that are contesting, along with the Ghana Elections Commission staffers who are left in the building. They're essentially locked in the building as they conduct that count. And of course, immediately thereafter, the results from that count will be posted just outside of the polling station. As to what exactly the reason the Attorney General, as it is alleged, is trying to gain entry into the compound, we don't have that information, and of course we will continue to monitor that. We've asked a representative on the East Coast of the Demerara who would likely be calling in on the program to provide us with that sort of information in terms of what is happening currently on the ground. Yeah. So we have the results that are scrolling there thus far, coming out of the village of Mocha. We have one result out of Georgetown, constituency number 6.
Number nine.
And of course, we have a projection from
number 6,
from constituency number 6. And that constituency candidate is one young Mohammed. And we'll continue to bring you that information.
And we can ask the operator to update the scroll at the bottom to add constituency 9 in Georgetown. The AP, we can project. That's actually confirmed. That's confirmed that the AP and you would have won constituency 9 in Georgetown, and we're projected to win constituency 6. Those are the information with us right now. Those are the information with us right now.
All right, so we continue to bring you that information and keep monitoring as we go through that.
Right. Definitely. So as the information comes in, we will have said to you, Mocha, we know one constituency in Mocha already confirmed for the APNU. Georgetown constituency 9 confirmed for the APNU, and we're projecting constituency 6 in Georgetown for the APNU also. We have been speaking with people from around the country, Region 10. We'll make a check with Region 10 in a few minutes. So we should be getting some information from there. We also spoke with Region number 6, Javon Stevens, who said that in a few moments, we'll be getting some information from Region number 6 also. So stay tuned, share the live stream. We'll be on throughout.
All right, so we have some updates coming out of region number 10, and this is the Wisberg Secondary School. I don't have the candidate name right at hand, but the results we have is APNU 103, People's Progressive Party Civic 36, and this is from the Wisberg Secondary School. We now have another result that is coming in again from Linden, and that results read, it's live as it's come, so we'll take it in this format and then we'll tabulate them up. This is from the new, give me 2 seconds, the new Silver City Secondary School, and the results here, APNU 57 votes, the People's Progressive Party Civic 11. Again, from the new Silver City Secondary School, the results read APNU 57 votes, People's Party Civic 11. That's from the new Silver City. We will bring you the full tabulation, but we're just giving you the statements of poll as they come. We have another result here, and this is from the Wisberg Secondary School. APNU 107 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 12. This is the Wisberg Secondary School. APNU 107, People's Progressive Party Civic 12. We will tabulate all of that and tell you exactly what it means, but we're just going through the statements of poll as they are made available to us from the mining town of Linden. Another result here, APNU 86 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 16. Again, APNU 86 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 16. And that is just the statements of poll out of the mining town of Linden.
Some of them, yeah.
And we're going to tell you exactly which constituency those figures represent. But those are actual statements of poll that that have been posted on the various buildings. Again, for this statement of poll, and this is from the Wisbury Secondary School. Wisburg Secondary School. It's APNU 103 votes. People's Progressive Party Civic 36. Another statement of poll read APNU 57 votes. People's Progressive Party Civic 11. Another statement of poll APNU 59 votes. People's Progressive Party Civic 8. Another result here, APNU 107 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 12. Those are just some of the statement of poll coming out of Linden. And this final statement of poll, APNU 86 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 16. Those are some of the statements of poll coming out from the mining town of Linden. And of course, we will tabulate those and give you the exact result for which constituency and which is the candidate that was contesting that specific constituency. But thus far, we have two results. One from the village of Mocha, constituency 1, has been won by the APNU, and that NDC has 6 constituencies. In Georgetown, there are 15 constituencies. The APNU has 1 constituency, number 6.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Number 9,
And it's
projected to win number 6, and we are holding for some information from our Boys Town, which is constituency. Let me just confirm. Constituency. Right. Yes, constituency 10. Yes, we're holding for some information from constituency 10, which is our Boys Town area. The interesting thing to note, Chris, is that we saw a push in especially these APNU strongholds, Georgetown, New Amsterdam, Linden. We saw a deliberate push to try and sway especially the younger voters.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
We have not seen, it doesn't look as if, given the exit polling that we're seeing right now, that it has borne a lot of fruits.
Yeah. But the youngsters got a lot of fruits, and I'm happy.
Right? It doesn't look like it has borne a lot of fruits for the PPP, though the fruits that they gave away, but it has, we see it. And I am, I'm heartened that they played their cards this early.
Yeah.
Because we know what the playbook will be. And as we would have encouraged our people from the inception, if these people come and give you money, you take the money. It is your money. And so don't be carried away, because they come now to give you the money, then they take over the city, and then they bulldoze your house.
That's right.
So you have to be vigilant.
No, Randy, that same point that you made in terms of bulldozing house, I think I want to the APNU credit. All of the candidates, all of the MPs that have been out there on the campaign trail and so forth, to the APNU credit, in terms of bringing that information as it relates to rates and taxes and prime real estate. I think coming into these elections, that was the kicker. Because all and sundry was not aware that the People's Progressive Party Civic had a plan.
Yes.
And that plan particularly focused on Georgetown, Linden, and New Amsterdam. And we made mention to the fact that because Guyana is now an oil-producing country and you have thousands of people who are traveling to these shores, they have to be accommodated, whether it be buildings, houses, apartments, etc. And many of the People's Progressive Party Civic friends, family, favorites have their eyes on prime real estate in Georgetown.
Yeah.
We did mention to the people there in Pontrench and Lane Avenue, for example, many of those areas have houses and empty lots that have hundreds of thousands of dollars in outstanding rates and taxes. The People's Progressive Party Civic is aware of this fact. It was the APNU council, both in Georgetown, Linden, and New Amsterdam, that they introduced the amnesty period, in which that afforded the average person the opportunity to come and pay their rates and taxes minus the interest. And by law, as you would know as a councillor for RDC4, by law, once you have outstanding rates and taxes, the council could foreclose and sell your property.
Yeah.
That is there, right? And because what stood between the people and losing their property is the APNU council. And I think that essentially resonated with many of the voters. I think it was an eye-opener for many of the younger voters, and they took that information and they chewed on it, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that is why today, after taking the fruits and enjoying a good drink, they did not turn out to cast a vote for the People's Progressive Party Civic.
Yeah.
As well, too, I am of the opinion that because of what the PPP was asking people to do, to vote and flash, according to MP Denishwar Jai Prashad, vote and flash is that you vote, you flash the photograph, and you send that, and you get paid. When the Ghana Elections Commission put out the final statement, which resulted in that you could go into the polling station, but not in the polling booth with your cell phone, I think that deflated the PPP. And many of the young people is like, okay, good, but I don't get your money. I ain't gonna show you nothing, you know. And
I could always say the people tell me I can't
go with the phone and so forth. One gentleman, I can say this now because it's after the election. But one gentleman said to me that, listen, if the PPP is saying to people that when you vote you gotta flash, what they should do, and they get money already, is that if you have to, because we are aware that you have workers who have been threatened that unless you vote for PPP, you will lose your job. We have those 10-day workers who are also threatened that they have to go out there to vote for the PPP, failure to do which, you will lose your job. That is known, that is no secret, because that is how the PPP operates. And essentially, it gives those people that opportunity to simply say that, listen, I can't take this inside here anymore. I can't take this into the polling station to cast a vote. And take that photograph. So I think that too in itself deflated the People's Progressive Party Civic, and that is why you have the results that you're having coming out now as it relates to the three main municipalities.
Yeah, definitely. The rejection.
Sorry, I was making the point that the gentleman said to me that, listen, if that is what they're asking for, what you must do is vote for them, take the picture, and then scratch up on the ballot and spoil it. You understand? So you go out to them and say, look, I voted for you. You collect the money from them, but the actual ballot has been spoiled, and there's no. So that too. I didn't want to share before because I didn't want to encourage people to scratch up on ballot or whatever the case be, and that sort of thing. So I left that there, but I can share it now. That was his suggestion.
Yeah.
Vote for them. Take a photograph of it, then scratch up on the ballot and spoil it.
I think that would have dissuaded a number of people. It's kind of, why do I need to put myself through this potentially public embarrassment? Yeah. Because the reality is, when you take that picture and you send it, you don't know who's getting it.
That's right.
Like what we saw on social media with the young man and his picture being shared around the country as look at you.
Yeah.
And 2 cents.
And what he doesn't realize is several things. Apart from showing all and sundry who you voted for, your national identification card is there. We were able to type in his identification number in the GCOM site, and we know that he voted at the Dolphin Secondary School.
And so when you do that, because the GCOM records are public, people know your address, they know everything.
Exactly.
You are just putting yourself out there for what?
Exactly.
$40,000?
A full spectacle. And people apparently haven't learned from the past. One Kashif from Kashif and Shanghai did that some years ago. Took a photo, voted for the PPP, placed his ID card, took a photograph of it, and to this day, Kashif and Shanghai has not been able to host a successful football tournament ever since. And I do believe that in no near time in the future, they will be able to do so. So this young man, like the policewoman who shared during the discipline services vote, and everybody knows who she is by the fancy, sexy nail that she had. So I wouldn't share the name here, but she's known. So this young man is now out there. He's a full public spectacle for the rest of his life.
Yeah, because you
Because
decide
nobody forget cash, you know, so nobody ever forget you now.
make yourself a spectacle
It's
because
foolishness.
no, and you know that is the unsophisticated nature, like Chairman Solomon was saying, the unsophisticated thing. You didn't go to the people and say, you know, let us take charge of the council because of these issues. One, the PPP went to say to the people of Georgetown, give us a chance to run the council, because the current council, they would not have been, they're not doing their job properly. But the people immediately said to them, but you have been starving them, so how can they do their job properly?
Yep.
And so that message would have been rejected. So what did they have to run on? Okay, I can give you a contract to clean up your community. Get some of the young people to vote for me.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
The young people say, how okay, I can take your money, but you gotta show us. Nobody's going to go and do that. No. And the thing is, you know the reality of the situation, that people are in need of money. And so people will take the money. And that is the situation around. But I'm happy that we see this, especially in those areas that they thought these people to come out and vote for them. We see a rejection of that.
Correct.
And we must call them out on that. We must call them out on that.
No, you know what it does? I mean, take for example, my eldest voted today for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And this young lad was so excited leading into this weekend, and he's asking what you have to do, that we gotta look for. I'm excited.
Mm-hmm.
And there are thousands of young people who, for the first time, would have been going out to cast a vote, only to be told or only to hear from a friend that PPP, if you vote for them, you know, you'll get money. It's like, so voting is not something of importance.
So it's make a part, the thousand.
Yeah, it's just about money. You know, and then you sit down, you tell people to listen, you know what where people lost their life for an opportunity to cast a vote. Only some years ago in the United States, for example, Afro-Americans were given the right to vote. In some countries, women to this day are not allowed to vote. And here it is in a country in which we're supposed to be priding ourselves as a democracy, you know, a real democracy. And here it is, a major political party in this day and age in 2023. They run around all around the world to speak about this one Guyana and project Guyana as the best place next to sliced bread. And here it is in a local government election where young people who wanted to represent their communities, like I'm a young side living here, I want to see good street lights, I want a nice play field for me to buy for run ball and get a sweat. You know that, so young people get excited, I believe I could do it. But here it is, here's the PPP, like, no, look, government is not about the look $40,000, look a green t-shirt, look a half case of beer. You understand what they're doing?
Not a red, not the green, a red.
And, sorry. And mind you this, and when I say this without fear of contradiction. What you see the PPP doing in constituencies in Georgetown, in Linden, in New Amsterdam, for example, the PPP is not doing that in their strongholds. The PPP is not going to the strongholds and say to the young people that, look, come vote for PPP, look for $40,000. And they're not doing that. The PPP is not going into their stronghold and all of a sudden building a road or building a bridge or putting up street lights. Those lights are already up. Those roads are already paved. The PPP is going into our constituencies.
After starving them. Come as the savior.
You understand me? This is the PPP. And that's why when I say to people that listen, September will mark 26 years since I've been an active member of the PNC. And when you tell me about the PPP, I can tell you about the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
And no matter what the PPP comes with, no matter who they come with, no matter who they pick up from the car now, what somebody don't discard and bring and put to you that, look, this one jump over and cross over, that one was already gone. You understand me? That's the nature of them. They are disrespectful to people's intelligence. They have been that way for a number of years. And you know, I may have been saying this ad nauseum, but Fox Burnham always made the point that it is a sign of maturity when you read not only what is on the lines, but what is between the lines. And when you read between the line, it is pellucid in terms of what the PPP does, where the PPP does, why the PPP does, and how the PPP views certain people in the community in which they do these things too. You understand me?
Yeah, I get you, and I want to go back on a point. I don't want to miss it. This idea of the inclusion or the infusing of money. We've seen what money has done to politics in way more advanced democracies, way more mature democracies, where they are now trying to, you know, curtail or regulate money in politics. Not at this little level where you're giving people 40,000. I'm talking about big money in politics, big lobbyists and firms dedicated to raising funds and swaying voters. Now, we are an emerging oil state. We've gotten our hands, the government coffers are full with oil funds. And so this government has an opportunity now to kind of test run how we are going to use this money to keep us in power. And like you said, your son who would have voted for the first time in these local government elections, voting is now not something sacrosanct, right? Because they have adulterated the process with this inducement of a $40,000, and the adulteration has gone to a point where you now have to take out a picture to show them that you vote for them. So we've removed this idea of secret balloting. And so the ballot's supposed to be secret. That protects the process. That protects this idea of my choice being mine. And so if I can tell you, I will give you $40,000, and then you have to show me that you vote for me, then you are basically, you know, pushing me in this direction where I have to vote for you, even if I disagree, because I took your money.
Correct.
Right? And so it is a vulgar adulteration of the voting process and the sanctity of the process.
Yeah.
And so we have to reject it as a people, because like you said, there is a number of young people who are now going to be a part of this voting process. And if they step into it thinking, well, this is my choice, I'm going to listen to the issues, I'm going to vote for the party or the person who I believe will represent me best. That is what the voting or the sanctity of that process is all about. And so I see this inclusion of money in this vile way as something to be rejected by every single citizen, lest we end up with a process that we cannot trust.
Exactly.
We already have enough issues as is with our elections commission and the way elections are run. We don't need to talk about the need for biometrics and all these things. We know the GCOM has its issues. But at least we could have said, hey, the secret ballot still exists and there's a sanctity around the elections process.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. All right. So as we continue to get results and update, we now go to the Barima Winey region number 1. And of course, we have online the Member of Parliament with responsibility for that area. I know the Region 1 has one NDC, which is located in the Matakai sub-region, which comprises Matthews Ridge, Arakaka, Big Creek, and Port Kaituma. That is the Matakai sub-region, which is an NDC. And of course, there is the municipality of Mabaruma, which was given township under the APNU. Mr. Ronald Cox, good evening to you.
Hi, good evening to you, Chris.
All right, so we're trying to get some updates from you in terms of how the electoral process went in both the Matakai sub-region and the municipality of Mabaruma?
Well, as is right now, from the initial reports came in, the process throughout the day were very smooth. For minus a few incidences, everything went well. The turnout was not a high percentage, probably around 50 or 60% of the total number of persons on the voters list for the various constituencies. Well, we had a few incidences which I would wish to highlight here.
Yes.
One was in constituency 3 in the municipality of Mabaruma. There was an incident where the mother of one of the PVP candidates was eating staff, polling staff at the Mabaruma Nursery School, and so there were several objections, and eventually which resulted in that person being removed from the polling station as a staff. That was one. In constituency 5 in Komaka, it was reported too that persons who are well-known residents of other communities within other constituencies were seen voting in Komaka. So that also can be verified. So we had situations where persons were, I guess when they had the claims and objection registration period and so on, PVP engaged in transferring names from various constituencies to pack the list of the APNU stronghold constituencies in order to cheat us out of those constituencies. And so those are the highlights of the day so far. Unofficial reports coming in as we speak suggest that the PVP won all 6 constituencies in the municipality of Mabaruma, and similar in the Matakai NDC as well.
All right. And what was the? Is it a case that you lost any seat? What was the council comprised?
Before the NDC in Matakai, 12 seats of the 12 APNU had 5 seats. In the municipality of Mabaruma, it is PP 8, APNU 4.
So the 6 were just the constituency candidates. So the PR, there's no results on the PRs yet.
Those reports are unofficial as we speak. All of them are unofficial. Okay. For the constituency, yeah, but we don't have any on the PRs yet. Okay. But those are all unofficial reports so far.
So share with us, was there any similar inducement in terms of people going out and vote? Because I know in the last elections, in the last local government elections in 2018, we had situation in which you had vote buying, blatant vote buying in both the Matakai sub-region and Mabaruma. Was there a similar case this time around?
Well, Chris, vote buying was done over the last 2 weeks in Region 1. Mm-hmm. Let me explain. So there was the, there was the student cash grant, Because We Care cash grant. We all know that was used as a means to get votes. That's one, because they campaigned heavily on it for this local government election. Then there was the SLED grant, I think it was, the $250,000 for small business and so on. Up to yesterday, those were distributed in various communities across Mabaruma here. Yes, so, and even up to yesterday, yes, and we had some persons who were undecided. Voters who were floating voters, they undecided about who they're gonna cast their vote for. And so I know one of them did said to me, well, she received the 250,000 now, so she knows who to vote for now. So yes, to answer your question, yes, it was vote buying all across, but not in a sense where like the last time they come and pay you $20,000 or so and say vote for us, but this time it was actually using taxpayers' money for in the form of different grants, projects, and so on to get votes. So yes.
Wow. All right. So, in terms of a timeline, how long from now would you project you're going to get the actual results that you could share with us?
Well, maybe in the next 30 minutes or so. We have so far one counting agent from constituency 3. He already brought in his report, but that is an alpha split. So we are waiting the other half, and then the combined results of those two alpha splits.
Excellent. All right, great. Thank you very much, Ronald Cox. We will check in with you later before the evening is out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. You're welcome.
All right, good. Right. So that was, of course, Ronald Cox, the Member of Parliament with responsibility for the Barima Winey region. And of course, up there are two. There's one municipality, which is Mabaruma, and then there is the Matakai sub-region, which comprise Matthews Ridge, Arakaka, Big Creek, and Port Kaituma, which is an NDC. Mr. Ronald Cox is indicating that it's projected that the PPP will retain the township of Mabaruma. And of course, he's still awaiting the official results from there so we can actually share the numbers with you.
Yeah.
Same to be had for the Matakai sub-region, which is the NDC, which comprise Matthews Ridge, Arakaka, Big Creek, and Port Kaituma.
Yeah.
Right.
So 12 seats there in the Mabaruma Town Council, 6 from constituencies and 6 from PR. The APNU AFC, well, the APNU AFC would have controlled 4 of those 12. We can basically say that might be the same again because they have not tabulated the PR numbers yet. So that's where the 4 may come from. So no big movement to speak of in region number 1. Basically the same. Because the region was controlled, the town council was controlled by the PPP before.
And listen, if I tell you, I can tell you because I serve as campaign manager in that region, and I can share with you some, it may not necessarily be horror stories, but when you speak about blatant vote buying, as in the People's Progressive Party civic representative with a duffel bag in various villages and literally physically paying cash the night or the day before the elections. So it's no secret what's happening there. All right, so we try to get on the phone Amanza Walton Desir, who throughout the day's proceedings was on the east bank of Demerara and of course parts of Georgetown. Amanza Walton Desir is no stranger, and she has been in the hostel. Amanza, good evening to you.
Good evening, Chris. Good evening, Randy.
Good evening.
All right, so you had the opportunity to traverse the east, parts of the east bank of Demerara and Georgetown proper. Share with us what you witnessed, how the day's proceedings went, and your overall view on the local government elections today.
Well, there were no major incidents, to report. I think earlier in the morning, we were a bit concerned because we had at Eccles Primary School here an agent of the PPP dressed in full campaign gear with a red Vote PPPC t-shirt. Now that in and of itself is alarming, but what was even more alarming is that the presiding officer did not enforce that requirement of neutrality in the polling place. And that person was allowed to function until our people went there and made vociferous objections to it. So that was alarming that the PO did not understand their scope of responsibility to extend to that, and they were quite content to allow that. There were a few other, I think, minor hiccups based on the stations and the polling places that I would have visited. But all in all, once people were able to find their names, because that was another problem that we had, where people were told that they needed to go to a place, but when they got to a place, their names were not there. And so we had a number of persons that I encountered today who were literally shopping around for their polling place. Thankfully, we were able to resolve some of those, but there are people who were disenfranchised today because their names simply could not be found on the list. The report that we got is that once they got in and they were able to vote, it was relatively straightforward. We did receive a number of reports about the PPP, particularly in Georgetown, in that constituency with Laying Avenue, etc. We received reports that the PPP had agents there who were sitting some distance away from the polling place, and they were influencing or attempting to influence members of the public to cast their ballot in the favor of the PPP. One day they indicated to us that they were told, you don't see that you all now have good roads, and that's why you need to vote for the PPP. So the lady said to me, she made the point to him that she wasn't walking in the trench all the time to get to her house. There were always roads there. And the fact that it took the PPP 3 and something years to be able to, 3 years rather, to be able to even repair the roads says a lot. So I think by and large, what I encountered today and the people that I was spoken to are people who they have been able to see through the rhetoric, and they've been able to cut through that rhetoric. I know that, we're following Linden very closely, and it appears that the PPP, their attempts to buy Lindeners would have fallen flat on its face. So, optimistic, cautiously optimistic. I know that there polling places that are still doing their tallying. So we're keeping our ears out for any issues or hiccups that could possibly arise with a view to, having our team have those resolved in the shortest possible time.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. MP, I know you would have been out there today. What can you say about the turnout that you saw, the demographic, especially in the Georgetown area? We've been getting reports that the younger folks have not been turning up to the polls. Have you noticed that?
I will tell you that held true, except in Sophia.
Okay.
I noticed I was very impressed with particularly the turnout at the Sophia Nursery School. We had people monitoring it, and it was extremely healthy. The traffic was very brisk in that area. Enterprise Primary, I'm told that in the morning they had a lot of traffic, but that sort of petered out by afternoon. But by and large, that holds true for some areas, that the older folks are the ones who turned out in greater numbers to vote. We had a system where we set up a system where people who had mobility issues could call, and we went to pick them up and take them to vote. And I think they really, really appreciated it. You saw a respect for the ballot.
Yeah.
And I think if we could get more
of our young people to understand and to appreciate where that respect comes from and why it is so important that we use our vote and use it wisely. I think Guyana is going to be, better off for it, for that level of citizenship engagement. Yeah. But certainly that could be said to be the overall case, that the older demographic in terms of the voter turnout, they were more evident today.
MP Shama Solomon mentioned something I want to get your thoughts on. He hinted that this may be a precursor of things to come in 2025 as we see the PPP figuring out how to use this oil money to influence. And then we just spoke about the sanctity of the ballot and this vile adulteration of the voting process, with the monetary incentives being attached to it and how that will affect our young people moving forward. I wonder what you think about that and your views.
The PPP will do what the PPP knows how to do. We must do what we need to do. And a lot of it has to do with us being continuously in the community, interacting with our young Guyanese and helping them to understand their roles and responsibilities as citizens, helping them to understand that this right to vote, it is something that their foreparents fought and died for. And so it's not something to just be treated casually. But I believe that once you can sit and you can reason with them, I believe that our young people are smart and they have this ability to grab concepts, I think, much faster than maybe we did in our time. They have a wealth of information at their fingertips and they're able to be discerning. But I believe that it is for us as leaders to engage them in continuous dialogue so that they're able to really have an appreciation of what civic engagement means and what it means to be a citizen of this country of ours. So I'm always the eternal optimist. I think the PPP will smart very badly from the rejection, and it'll indicate to them that Guyanese are not available for sale, but that they need good governance. They need a government that governs in the interest of all Guyanese and not just in the interests of a few friends, family, and favorites.
Excellent. All right, lady, in any closing remarks before we let you go, because of course we will ask you to join us back later this evening because we have some results that are going to be revealed in just a few minutes.
No, I'm here. I just really want to thank the people of Guyana who went out there today, who voted, and we'll continue to do our part, I think, as leaders to represent their interests. And of course, I'm always here, guys, so you can patch me through at any time.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Amanda.
Awesome. Have a good one.
You too. Randy, Amanda was mentioning the difficulty that some voters had in not finding the names. And I've had, I think it's 3 encounters. One with a lady who resides in Trinidad and Tobago, came back home in 2016. And there was a young lady who just turned 20 years old. And another adult, I can't remember his circumstances, but essentially all point back to during the period of the house-to-house registrations. And all of them said that they have the pink slip. Now, we would recall that the Ghana Elections Commission ceased that house-to-house registration exercise that was happening. So it appears that there are a large number of people. We haven't seen all of them today because local government is normally a low voter turnout. But there seem to be a large number of persons who would have been registered during that house-to-house exercise.
Didn't get it updated on the list.
Correct. So I encountered that because, as I mentioned, the lady returned home from Trinidad in 2016, and during the house exercise, she was registered.
Yeah.
The young lady who is now 20 years old, she was registered during that period. My son was one of those as well, too, who was registered during the house. But subsequent to that, I mean, I followed through and took him to Church of the Transfiguration and so on. So there are thousands of people. So, and that is only one particular polling station I'm referencing to. And likely it had other situations in other polling stations.
I really don't know, Chris, what GCOM would have been doing for the last 2.5 years. Because you can't tell me that you didn't have enough time to fix your list.
Yeah.
My sister, for example, who had the same issue in 2020 where she had to go back to Linden to vote. In 2023, her name is still on that Linden list, although she would have gone into GCOM, made them aware of this, did the change of registration, all the things, and that name is still there on the Linden list.
Oh, wow.
And so what has GCOM done over the last 3 years? Billions of dollars allocated, all manner of things you're hearing in the media, but we've seen no tangible improvement in the quality of the list that you're presenting for people to vote from.
Exactly.
And this is part of the problem that we would have been highlighting from day one, from 2019, when we said credible lists, credible elections. And so in 2023, GCOM, why is it that people can't find a name on the list? Why? And I think we have to continue to call for that, because at the end of the day, this is the bane of the contention, of the confusion in this country, the list. And if we can't get the list right, what are we doing? Why is it that people name, they hear and they name in Linden? And 3 years after, that can't be rectified. That person would have done everything to ensure that that is rectified. I know people are eager for results. I've been following some of the comments on our Facebook page. We will be getting more results as the night continues. We're waiting on a few right now. In a few moments, you'll hear from a number of the constituencies right here in Georgetown. We heard some from Linden. We'll get more from Linden. Just to give them a recap, Chris, of what we do know at this point in time.
All right, sure. All right, so the results coming out from the village of Mocha. There are 6 constituencies there up for these local government elections, and thus far the APNU has won one of the constituency, and that constituency went to one Saint Hope, and of course he won by 160 votes. People's Progressive Party Civic 40 votes, and there were 13 votes that have been rejected. There are still 5 constituencies results to come out of the village of Mocha. Speaking earlier with Member of Parliament, Ms. Nima Fluke-Best, it is projected that the APNU will also win those 5 other constituencies. But of course, those are just projections, and we await to hear the results of that. In Georgetown, constituency number 9 has been won by the APNU, and of course there are still 14 other constituencies results to come in. And in constituency 6, that is in Sophia, particularly between the DE Field Sophia area, it is projected that Jeffon Mohammed is projected to win that constituency. Results coming out of Mabaruma. All right, so we can now. All right,
continue.
Mabaruma. So we have been speaking with Member of Parliament from Region 1, Mr. Ronald Cox, and it is projected that the People's Progressive Party Civic will retain the municipality of Mabaruma, as well as the NDC there in the Matakai sub-region, which is comprised of Matthews Ridge, Arakaka, Bay Creek, and Port Kaituma. We will go back to the phone between region number 6 and region 10 to speak directly to Mr. Sharma Rahim Solomon, who is the campaign-led person there in the mining town of Linden, and Javon Stephen, who is the campaign-led person in region number 6, to bring you those updates. I just sent to the operator a video coming out from a polling station. We are unable at this time to say to you which polling station this occurred, but it appears that a person who was intoxicated was allowed as far as going to the polling booth to cast a vote. I know there are electoral laws that prohibits individual who well, seemingly to be intoxicated not go through the process, but instead that person is actually turned away from the polling station. But in this particular instance, this individual was allowed in the polling station, was given a ballot slip, and even went to the booth to cast a vote. And clearly, from what you are about to see in this footage, indicates that the individual was intoxicated at the time. Once we get the information in terms of which polling station that incident occurred, we will, of course, reach out to the Ghana Elections Commission to provide us with much information.
As the operator gets that, let's just clarify for those persons, the Mabaruma, the constituency, they projected to win the constituency seats.
Correct.
There are no results yet on the PR seats. So the 6 constituency seats, the PPP is projected based on official results to win those. Just to be clear, there are 12 seats. Still, 6 more seats still up for grabs.
Correct. And of course, MP Cox had indicated to us that there was a situation in which persons were transferred from one constituency into gerrymandering. It's nothing new. To bolster numbers in different constituencies. And you had, of course, the back and forth with Minister Nigel Narmalal, where he changed the boundaries for some constituencies, resulted in a bigger win for the People's Progressive Party Civic. All right, so it's now 10 minutes after the 9 o'clock hour. And of course, we want to go back into the fields to bring you some results from these local government elections that concluded at 6 p.m. this afternoon. But as I mentioned before, for those of you just joining us, in the village of Mocha, Arcadia, there are 6 constituencies up for grabs. Thus far, the APNU has won 1 of the constituency, and the results is 160 votes for the APNU, 40 votes for the People's Progressive Party Civic, and 13 votes were rejected. Randy.
Right, so we're getting some information from region number 3. The APNU would have reclaimed the Hague-Blankenburg NDC. So region number 3, Hague-Blankenburg NDC, we would have reclaimed that NDC. In Wakenham, the APNU would have won overwhelmingly in Maria Joanna, and which of course is one of the APNU stronghold up there. The other areas in Wakenham are still counting. So we're getting information coming from region number 3, Hague-Blankenburg NDC, held by reclaimed by the APNU, and in Wakenham, Maria Joanna, the APNU winning overwhelmingly in that area. So that's information coming out of those 2 areas.
All right.
Right, we're still waiting on some more information from Georgetown. As soon as we get those information, folks, we are bringing them to you. I know persons are a little, on the edge of their seats, wondering what is happening. We are waiting and we are getting it in. We have to confirm. Remember, we just can't give you this information.
Correct.
As people send it to us. We have to ensure that our team at the back confirms, and we are positively telling you, look, this is what the case is. So when you see we give you a piece of information, know that it's confirmed.
That's correct. And of course, you will not be able to sleep unless you know the results of these elections. And the APNU will bring it to you right here on Elections Update. All right, so we go to that video and we come back on the other side and we continue the discussion. All right, so the operator is not ready for us. Is he?
Coming now. We can come now. He's not ready yet. He's getting it together. But lots of pause.
All right, so we'll ask the operator just to hold on that video until we could confirm some more information on it. as well. So we'll go back to the phones and we'll have Mr. Javon Stevens from region number 6 with some results coming out of that municipality. All right, yeah, so we wouldn't use that video because we can't confirm the authenticity of it. So we will not be sharing with you at this time until we are able to confirm that. But as well, earlier tonight, I did share with you some information coming out of the east coast of Demerara at the Melanin North School, in which it was an allegation was made that the Attorney General Anil Nandalal, after the close of poll, tried to gain entry into the compound, but was blocked by the Ghana Police Force ramp there. Anil Nandalal, it is alleged, did indicate to the police officer that he's a senior party scrutineer without providing any letter from the Ghana Elections Commission or any documentation to substantiate such claim. The police officer at the Melanie North School prevented the Attorney General from entering the compound. At that time, residents in Melanie flocked to the school and did indicate to the police rank that if the Attorney General is given access to the Melanie North School's compound, they would also have to be given access to the compound. It is also alleged that the Attorney General was accompanied by comrades from the village of Enterprise. After the large number of people that flocked to the school, the Attorney General, it is alleged, and his accomplices left the polling station. We did subsequently receive information which indicated that the Attorney General returned to the Melanie North School and continued to try to gain access into the compound. We have been trying to get someone who is on the ground at the Melanie North School to bring us any new updates as it relates to what is happening there. But of course, we do recall during the 2020 general and regional elections, it was alleged that the said Attorney General Anil Nandalal was on the east coast of Demerara, where it was alleged he was seen distributing voter identification cards to individuals there. And here it is again on the east coast of Demerara. Once again, the said Attorney General, it is alleged, is trying to gain entry into the Melanie North School after the close of poll without any documentation from the Ghana Elections Commission or documentation or a letter from the Ghana Elections Commission, of which he had indicated to the police rank there that he is a senior party official and needs to be given entry into the compound. We will continue to monitor that and bring you that information.
A bit more information coming in from constituency 6. As we told you, projections there for Javon Mohammed, APNU 86. This is from one of the polling stations. This is a statement of poll from the community center there in constituency 6, APNU 86, PPPC 13. This is from the community center in constituency 6, APNU 86, PPPC 13. This is just continuing the trend that we would have seen earlier in constituency 6, where we're projecting a win there for the APNU candidate Javon Mohammed. This is a fire area. I think it's a fire north.
Yeah, Sapphire North.
Right. So as we continue to give you information, folks, we'll be here bringing the information. I know Chris is trying to get Region 10 and Region 6 on the line, and so we can continue bringing you information.
All right, so just as we wait, let me just recap some statements of poll emanating from constituency number 8 in the Region 10 in Linden. And this was taken from the Wisberg Secondary School. And these statement of poll results read as follows. APNU, 103 votes. People's Progressive Party Civic, 36. And this is constituency 8. And this is the statement of poll from the Wisberg Secondary School. Continuing with Linden, constituency number 5. And this is the new Silver City Secondary School. The results read, APNU, 57 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic, 11. Constituency number 5, New Silver City Secondary School. The statement of poll reads APNU 57 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 11. Another statement of poll, this one is from constituency number right, we don't have, okay. So it's from the New Silver City Secondary School. Again, this is a second polling station in that constituency, and the results read APNU 59 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 8. Statement of poll out of region number 10. Another statement of poll. And this is the Newburgh Secondary School. The results read APNU 107 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 12. Statement of poll, constituency number 8, Linden. And this is taken from, all right, so the polling station is not legible, but the results read APNU 86 votes, People's Progressive Party Civic 16. Those are just a few of the statements of poll that we have thus far, emanating from the mining town of Linden, which is a clear indication that those constituencies 8 and 5 seemingly projected to be won by the APNU. And of course, we will bring you the official information as we get them. And of course, as we mentioned before, we don't want to share with you half information without the entire spread of the sheets, but we'll continue to do that.
Yeah. It seems as though the people that were jumping up on nomination day were these are the people that voted.
Correct. So we still awaiting results from that. All right. So it's election night in Guyana, and of course the results of the local government elections. We've brought you 2 projections thus far and 2 results, and of course those statements of poll. Stay tuned. We're gonna be back with you. We're gonna take a quick 5 minutes break, and of course we're gonna come back to you with some results from the local government elections across the country. We're now going to turn our attention to the neighborhood democratic councils. And of course, we spoke earlier with Member of Parliament, Mr. Viceroy Jordan, out of region number 5. And we're going to go back to him to get the results of those NDCs. And of course, we're going to check in on the NDCs on the East Coast and East Bank of Demerara. And of course, we're going to go to other regions to get you information. We're still awaiting the update to bring to you from the Cayuni-Mazaruni region, region number 7, and the Bartica Township. So stay tuned. 5 minutes. We're going to have the operators going to share with you some of the constituency candidates in no particular order and who they are and the constituency that they contested in these local government elections. And on the other side, we're going to come back and bring you those results coming out from Georgetown, New Amsterdam, and Linden.
thank you very much for staying with us. When you hear that song, you know it's results time, folks. We can confirm right now that constituency 14 in Georgetown would have been won by the APNU. Kibwe Copeland, young man out of South Ronville, we can confirm has been elected to the council, the Georgetown City Council. So congratulations to Kibwe Copeland. So we have results for constituency number 9, which is Lodge, Meadowbrook, Durban Backlands area, and constituency now number 14, which is South Ronville area. We can confirm that the APNU will have won constituency 14. The constituency candidate, if you can have him back on the screen there, Kibwe Copeland. Right, Kibwe Copeland would have won that constituency. Congratulations to Kibwe Copeland. Right, so there you have it, folks. Chris is going to be back in just a few. He has some results from region number 6. A number of constituencies in the New Amsterdam area would have been completed, and he's going to bring you that information in just a few. But again, recapping, Mocha, we have one constituency won by the APNU. For Georgetown, we can confirm that constituency number 9 and constituency number 4 would have been won by the APNU. We are projecting constituency number 6 to go to the APNU, which is the Fire North area. We're also looking at constituency number 10. Some positive results coming in from there, but we can't confirm as yet. Of course, we're getting positive information coming out of Linden. We're still to get any numbers yet coming from region number 7, the Bartica area. But I know we have some information now coming from region number 6. Right. Great. So just to confirm again, as we just would have announced, constituency 9 and 14 confirmed for Georgetown. Folks, the APNU AFC, I should say. Remember that the AFC participated in the last local government election. They're not participating this time. So the APNU AFC controlled the city council from last local government elections to now. And we are projecting that the APNU will retain the city council, the council of Georgetown. As we speak, we can confirm, as I said, constituency 6. And no, we're projecting constituency 6, and we can confirm constituency 9 and constituency 14 for the APNU. Good. I know we're going to go to that information now, and we'll be back with you. We'll be back with you in just a few. Right. I know our operators there are trying to get things in order. We are getting some more information from region number 10. But let me say again, of course, congratulations are in order to Kibwe Copeland and Kyle Solomon and Kibwe Copeland, of course, those two confirmed at this point in time as winning their constituency, namely constituency 9 and 14. As we get the information, folks, we are bringing them to you. As we get the information, we are bringing them to you. Let me just give you a bit of recap of what we said in region number 3, the Hague-Blankenburg NDC reclaimed by the APNU, Hague-Blankenburg NDC reclaimed by the APNU, and in Wakenham, the Maria Joanna NDC won by the APNU. Again, more as information come in. Right. As the information comes in, we are sharing them with you. Stay tuned, folks. Share the live stream, share the live. We'll be here trying to update you. I read your comments, folks. I am reading your comments on the live. I know persons are anxious for information, but as I said, we are right. We are trying to confirm those information before we share them to you. Right. Right. So, folks, yes. Let's just bring up Kibwe Copeland's picture there. A young man who is the chair of the Guyana Youth and Student Movement, the youth arm of the PNCR, and he is a first-time councillor. He was the regional councillor for region number 4, but the first time running for local government elections, and as we said, elected there to the council as the constituency rep for constituency 14, Southern Belt
area. And you know, of course, we would want to share with you that as well as Kibwe Copeland is the current chair of the Ghana Youth and Student Movement, which is the youth arm of the People's National Congress Reform. And this will be Kibwe's first stint as a city councillor coming out of that constituency. I know Kibwe Copeland has been on the ground from day one when he was identified as a candidate for the APNU in these elections. I've known he has worked tirelessly, been in and out of various areas. I know he did a lot of work in Rossville, Roxanne Barnum Gardens, and of course the South Georgetown proper. I can just hear the loud cheers that is currently happening in that part of South Georgetown for this young man. As I mentioned, this is the first time that Kibwe Copeland is going to be entering the municipality as a councillor. And of course, congratulations are in order to Kibwe Copeland, elected, councillor-elect, councillor-elect. And I'm pretty sure Kibwe, like many of the other candidates, will breathe a size of relief, and they perhaps tonight will have one of those proper lengthy sleep or rest. But with the excitement and all of that, I don't even think Kibwe is going to be sleeping tonight. I'm pretty sure he's going to be out and about. But kudos to you, Kibwe Copeland. Kudos to you, the people in constituency 14, for coming out in your numbers, placing your vote or your confidence in this young man who, for the first time, will be representing constituency number 4 at the Georgetown City Council.
Yep, definitely. Chris, I know you the people are eagerly awaiting some information from region of.
All right, so not just results, but rather breaking news. Breaking news coming out of the municipality of New Amsterdam. The Partnership of National Unity has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. New Amsterdam has 7 constituencies. Thus far, 6 of the 7 constituencies, the results are already in, and the APNU has won 4 out of the 6 counted results. As such, the APNU will retain the control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. Those results are Mr. Kirk Fraser, who contested constituency number 3. He has won that constituency, as well as Mr. Wayne Wright McIntosh, who is the current, former deputy mayor of the new municipality of New Amsterdam. He has also won his seat. And of course, there is newcomer Mr. Ezzy Isaacs. Ezzy Isaacs is from constituency number 1. He has won his constituency. And of course, there's Oceana Blake, popularly known as Ezzy. Constituency number 4, he has won his constituency. As mentioned before, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. 6 out of 7 constituencies results are in. The APNU has won 4 out of that 6 that I've already counted. There's still 1 constituency results outstanding, and of course, we will bring you that information. But of course, just outside here at Congress Place, Sapphire, where a large number of people have been gathering throughout the evening. And I don't know if you can hear the noise in the background, but there are loud cheers in the auditorium of Congress Place, Sapphire, where a large number of people have been gathering and they are celebrating out there. The APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. 7 constituencies were up for grab. 6 of those constituencies results are in. The APNU has won 4 out of the 6 counted, and there's 1 constituency result to come in. And thus far, Mr. Kurt Fraser, who contested constituency number 3, he has won that constituency. Mr. Wainwright McIntosh, who was the immediate past deputy mayor of the municipality of New Amsterdam, he has won his constituency. And you have Mr. Kwesi Isaacs, he contested constituency number 1. He has won that constituency. Oceano Blake, popularly known as Ezzy in the municipality of New Amsterdam, contesting constituency number 4, he has won that constituency. So again, breaking news, the APNU has won the municipality of New Amsterdam. 7 constituencies up for grabs. 6 results are already in. 4 thus far. The APNU has won with 1 constituency left in the balance. But again, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. And of course, we will continue to bring you that information as they unfold. And we still await 1 more result from New Amsterdam in terms of that constituency. But again, breaking news, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. 7 constituencies up for grabs. 6 results are already in, 4 of which the APNU has won. 1 constituency result is up. We will get that information for you. But again, Mr. Kirk Fraser, who contested constituency number 3, he has won that constituency. Mr. Wainwright McIntosh, the immediate past deputy mayor of the municipality of New Amsterdam, he contested constituency number 5. He has retained that constituency. Newcomer Kwesi Isaacs, constituency number 1, he has won that constituency. And of course, Oceana Blake, popularly known as Ezzy, contested constituency number 4. He has won that constituency. So that is the results coming out of region number 6. The APNU will retain control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. And on that note, I would like to say a special good evening to Ms. Barbara Pilgrim. Randy? Randy, the results are in. So as we know, New Amsterdam, like Linden, like Georgetown, is what the People's Progressive Party Civic had their eyes on and wanted to control those municipalities. We did speak to the people of New Amsterdam about the fact what the PPP wants to do with Georgetown and their municipality. The people of New Amsterdam have rejected the PPP. They have rejected the quick cash popo, if you would call it that, and all of that. And they place their confidence in true constituency leaders. And as such, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam.
Chris, when you think about the fanfare and the excitement, that was what I call manufactured by the PPP to kind of put this perception in people's mind that there was some red wave happening somewhere.
Correct.
Especially in those major strongholds of the APNU. When you think about that, you realize that it was all a sham, all a show, right? Propped up by promises of contracts, propped up by part-time workers, threats to part-time workers, propped up by offer of monies to wear t-shirts. And so, this is a clear sign that the people of Guyana aren't stupid.
That's right.
The people of Guyana know who the PPP is, and they are ready and willing to reject them. Ready and willing to reject them with the foolishness. Because you saw it. They made a bold attempt to say to people, look how much people we bring out for nomination day. Look how much flags we can put up in New Amsterdam. We can put it up in we can put up in Linden. We can put it up in Georgetown and Bartica. And so these are the areas that we are going to be focusing on as we continue to bring you those results. We can confirm, of course, they would have retained the Rosal, that the information coming in there, 7 seats on the
Rosal Town.
On the Rosal Town Council. They would have won 6 of those 7. So, not unexpected. Those are the areas, and we are here to defend and hold our areas, our strongholds. And as we're reporting so far, that seems to be going as planned.
Exactly.
We have some video, Chris, of Nandalal's incident. I think the operator can pull that up. The issue that Chris would have brought to your attention earlier about Nandalal at the school there, I think it's Melanie. We have some video footage of what happened up there. We're going to ask the operator to pull that up. As we wait on some more results, we ask, we'll look at the video and see what would have happened there tonight at Melanie.
Yeah.
So,
sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was actually just going to comment on the video, because you see there, and this is typical PPP. You see all of the men there with the white
security.
Oh shit. Who you coming from? Because your position?
General Anil
Because your position, y'all don't feel them kill black people, children? Y'all don't feel them killing black people, children? Y'all don't feel them killing black people, children?
We can't look.
Yeah, you feel them killing black people, children? Misled me ancestors. I never seen this yet. I never seen this yet. Black people are open my eyes. Black people are open my eyes. I get show overboard. But we black people black people are open my eyes. This is local government election. What about the shit? General election, what they gonna do to me? I open my eyes. We come mass majority like fucking black people.
But why that's so one Melanie?
I read. Not it. Not it. Not it. Not it.
So for those of you just joining us, let me just do some quick recap. Constituency number 14 we start with Georgetown. Constituency number 14 has been won by the APNU and Kibwe Copeland. a first-time entry into the Georgetown municipality. KB Copeland is also the chairman of the Ghana Youth and Student Movement, which is the youth arm of the People's National Congress Reform. KB Copeland will be entering the Georgetown City Council as a first-time councillor. He is representing constituency number 14, which is from Container City, Rassville, Roxanne, Burnham Garden, Cane View, and Brandy, you know those areas all the way up,
all the way down,
to
last entrance,
but on that side,
the southern side,
on the southern side. So,
Abibaka separates constituency 12 and 14.
Correct. The road separates the two.
Yes.
The road separated, and that is 12 from 14.
Yes.
Right, 12 from 14. So, Cape Copeland, constituency number 14,
which is on the southern side, South
Rumpveld, has been elected, or he's now councillor-elect, first-time entry into the municipality of Georgetown, having a clear victory in constituency 14 over his, I think the candidate for the People's Progressive Party Civic was one Raul Merrill.
Yeah.
Merrill?
And I think Mr. Bobby Vera is running in that constituency also.
Okay, we beat Bobby. Anyhow, so congratulations to young KB Copeland. And of course, in constituency number 9, the APNU has also won that constituency. It is 15 constituencies in Georgetown, and thus far the APNU has won 2, constituency 14 and constituency 9. Constituency number 6, which is in Sophia, it is projected to win. And of course, we are awaiting the results from the other constituencies. They are still out. Taking you all the way to region number 6, New Amsterdam. There are 7 constituencies there that were up for grabs. 6 of those constituencies, the results are in. The APNU has won 4 out of those 6 that have already been counted. And of course, there is 1 result to come in, but it's a clear win thus far. The APNU has won the municipality of New Amsterdam and will retain control of that municipality. We want to go back, and there you have on screen Kwesi Isaac. He contested constituency number 1. You have Mr. Kirk Fraser contested constituency number 3. You have Mr. Wainwright McIntosh, the former immediate past deputy mayor of the municipality of New Amsterdam. He has won his constituency. And of course, there's also Oceana Blake, popularly known as Ezzy. He contested constituency number 4 in New Amsterdam. He too has won his constituency. 4 out of 7 constituency. 6 results are in. There is still 1 that is outstanding, but the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam.
Chris, I'm looking at the PPP Region 6 page. It has a red wave in New Amsterdam.
Red wave?
The red wave, and they have two pictures of big crowds in New Amsterdam. Ah, boy.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
So, all right. So I'm gonna get on the line now. I'm going to get on the line Mr. Sharma Rahim Solomon to get some updates, because I see the Village Voice is reporting that Vanessa Kisoon have won her constituency overwhelmingly. Of course, we were not able to get that information just yet in the center to confirm that information with you. But based on the report coming out of the Village Voice, they have reported that Vanessa Kisoon has won her constituency. We are still awaiting confirmation on that. And of course, we will bring you that information as soon as we get it. As we promise you, it is now 12 minutes to the 10 o'clock hour, and we want to go back to the municipality of Georgetown. I'll ask Randolph to get in contact with Javon Stevens, have that conversation in terms of what is the mood, what is happening right now in New Amsterdam, because I did promise the people in New Amsterdam that the very night, but I did say the night after I will come back to New Amsterdam and we will tramp from one end of the road to the other.
Yeah, we need to know what's happening in region number 7.
Yeah.
In Bartica.
Right. So, all right. So we're gonna take a quick. It's not going to be long because we have to essentially go backstage, get on the phone to confirm the information with our team that is working here to do the tabulation. We want to ensure that we bring you accurate information and not have to pull back anything. So just give us 5 minutes. We may come back before that 5 minutes. It could be just 3 minutes. But quickly, for those of you just joining us, breaking news out of region number 6, New Amsterdam, the APNU has retained control of that municipality of New Amsterdam. There are 6 constituency seats that are up for grabs. 6 of the results are already in, and the APNU has won 6. The APNU has won 4 out of the 6 constituency there. Randolph, you have some update for us?
Well, I'm trying to confirm this information about Linden, unconfirmed. That Linden, all 8 constituencies have gone to the APNU in Linden. Let us confirm that before.
Yeah,
those are unconfirmed at the moment. But we're working to confirm that information about the township of Linden. Of course, we were getting some good feedback from Linden. And we are getting some information that the constituencies are going, or all 8 constituencies would have gone to the APNU, but we'll confirm that in just a few moments as we try to get some information from Bartica for you. Share the live stream, folks. Share the live stream as we continue. All right? Yeah. As we continue to bring you the information as it happens around the country, folks. We are working hard behind the scenes here to bring you up-to-date information. Stay tuned as we update you on LG 2023. We, of course, are focusing on those municipalities controlled by the APNU AFC currently. We're focusing heavily on those because, of course, we would have articulated very early in the campaigning that we intend to hold on to our strongholds, as well as make some inroads into some areas that we were not traditionally strong in. But the major thing was to ensure that we hold those areas. In the face of those of the push and the attempt by the PPP to make inroads into those areas. And I read a comment here from Facebook where one person said that the people of Linden have basically said that the noise in the market don't tell you anything about the sale. The noise in the market don't tell you anything about the sale, because we saw the confusion on nomination day. We saw the attempts. We saw the fluff and the bluff by the People's Progressive Party Civic to kind of shape the narrative in their way. But we are seeing as the numbers come in, folks, we are seeing that the people would have rejected that fluff, would have rejected that bluff, and they are voting solidly in our strongholds for the APNU. All right. Let me just, operator, if you could just play something. We'll be back in about 1 minute. We'll be back in 1 minute, as I think we're getting some additional information here.
So welcome back. We got some breaking results now in from the mining town of Linden. Linden town, 8 constituencies up for grabs. We can report to you that the APNU has won all 8 constituency seats in the mining town of Linden. Therefore, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. Also, information coming out of Kokwani. There are 12 seats to be contested there. It is projected that the APNU has won 8, the People's Progressive Party Civic 4. Therefore, the APNU has retained control of Kokwani. As well, Linden Town, 8 constituency seats. The APNU has won all 8 constituency. Therefore, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of Linden. And of course, just earlier tonight, we gave you the information coming out from New Amsterdam. There were 7 constituency seats up for grabs. The results are in for 6. The APNU has won 4. 1 seat, that result is yet to come in. So it has resulted in the APNU retaining control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. The APNU has retained control of the municipality of Linden. The APNU has retained control of Kokwani. And of course, we have some more information to you from Randolph.
Right. We can report now that the APNU has already gotten the majority in Georgetown. We can confirm that the APNU would have won constituency number 5, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, which was hotly contested with Tricia. Is that her name?
Richards.
Yes. Tricia Richards, who would have switched from and gone over to the PVP, would have won that constituency. 14, as we would have just reported, Cape Copeland, South London area, and 15. We are waiting 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. But we have already gotten results out from 15. We've got 8 of those 15. So the APNU would have already gotten the majority of constituencies, the constituency seats. 8 out of the 15 so far. So good results coming out of Georgetown, and we can project that the APNU will retain control of the city based on the information coming in so far. So we have New Amsterdam, we have Linden, and we have Kokwani, and we're getting positive results coming in from Georgetown. I'm especially heartened when I hear 13, which is the West Roundvet area. West Roundvet area. The PVP made a big push there. Constituency 12, which is the constituency of Chase Green.
She was chased.
She was chased. She was chased to red pastures, not greener ones.
Oh my God!
Right. So, Troy Garway from constituency 12 winning there.
Should I shout that's my constituency?
Oh yes.
That's my.
So Chris, you would have contributed to Troy Garway.
Of course.
There. Let me just get the names of the other persons, the other constituencies. I think my operator is on the wall already. Constituency 11, Miss Ferguson there in 11, winning that constituency.
So constituency number 5 is going to be Sophia, and that is going to be Mr. Clayton Hines.
Retaining his seat.
Retaining his seat, and of course, Clayton is a veteran in these games.
Right.
Constituency number 10, that is all Monster. And that is where Malcolm Ferreira went red.
Yes.
That has been won by the APNU, and that candidate there is Mr. Travis Ellis.
Yes.
Travis Ellis won all by strong. Constituency number 11, Miss Janet Ferguson. Yvonne Ferguson, she has won that constituency. We did mention constituency number 12, which has been won by Mr. Troy Garvey, who is up on screen. And that is, of course, Chase Green area. Constituency 13 has been won by Winston Hardin.
Tricia is over Tricia.
And this is over Tricia. Constituency number 14, Mr. Cape Copeland.
Yes, who ran against Bobby Vera.
Who ran against Bobby Vera. And constituency 15.
Commerce.
Oh.
Elite.
and this is on the East Bank. This is the constituency which comprises Macdoom, Agricola. So I can imagine the celebration in the village of Agricola. I know Vice Chairperson of the PNCR, Ms. Elizabeth Niles, and of course Nima Flupes. They have been doing a lot of work on that lower East Bank of the Norano. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6.
8, man. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. we come to know how many.
Yeah.
So no, Chris, you know what is interesting? We can talk about this now. There was a picture circulating on Facebook, nomination day, with Tricia Richards, Case Green, and Malcolm Pereira standing up in the red jersey.
Yeah.
Right? All three of them rejected by the constituency.
That's right.
Rejected by the constituency. And, it speaks to, the people of Georgetown being very adept in issues and understanding what the PPP has done to the city council and rejecting the narrative that, look, I am your savior, come, let me save you. Right? And so we will continue to call them up because they would have made their choices, their democratic choice. That's free. They're free to do that. But we understand that the people of Georgetown have said to those people who decided to change that we do not believe that you represent us, and we will go with the trusted APNU candidates. So, folks, as a result, continue to come in. Big news in Georgetown. Big news, and we know the work that was the attempt by the candidates to use the PVP's money to influence those people in those areas. That was rejected, and we continue to bring those results to you.
All right, so we have some new information coming to hand. Industry Plaisance, the APNU has won that NDC. Industry Plaisance, according to the Village Boys, brings it home. Another APNU victory. Plaisance Industry APNU has won that NDC. So we can we can confirm now that the APNU has retained the three major municipalities: Georgetown, Linden, and New Amsterdam. Kokwani, Industry, just to name a few. The APNU has won outright those municipalities and NDC. We will now turn our attention to the Cayenne Mazatlan region, Bartica, and we will try to get some information as to what is happening there, and we'll bring that to you. And of course, we want to go back to the NDC, which is the village of Mocha Village. And of course, we did share with you earlier this evening that there are 7 constituency seats there. Or is it 6 constituency sit in the village of Mocha, and the APNU has won constituency number 1 in the village of Mocha, and we will keep bringing you that information. Randy, I would pay lots of money right now to be a fly on the wall in Freedom House, or to be a fly on the wall anywhere where Barrett Chadleo is, or a fly on the wall where any of those minions, as I refer to them on the campaign trail. I would like to be a fly on the wall to hear from them, to see them, their behavior, their reaction. Exactly. So it is a point. Monies and throwing monies and trying to insult people's intelligence, as the People's Progressive Party Civic did in these elections, run into communities and all of a sudden decide that they're going to build a bridge or patch a road or put up a street light, as if the people are unaware in terms of what is happening. And that is what we were getting on the ground throughout the campaign, is that people saying that, listen, Mr. Jones, we know what's going on. Even today at the various polling station, as persons go in there to cast their vote, they give you a little nod, they hold your hand, they say, listen, we know what's going on. You understand me? The people of Guyana, throughout those municipalities and those NDCs, have rejected the People's Progressive Party Civic. These local government elections, 2023, with all of the oil resources and all of the monies that the People's Progressive Party Civic throwing to communities and so forth, the people have rejected the People's Progressive Party Civic. They have rejected the insult to their intelligence. And what we look forward to now It's all of those promises that were made on the campaign trail to all of those municipalities and constituencies. That is what we have to keep our eye on. Let's see now if Susan Rodriguez is going to continue to work in Sophia now that her candidate has lost and the APNU has won. If Susan Rodriguez will continue to build those bridges and those roads in Sophia, let's see if Susan Rodriguez will continue to go and visit and hug up and kiss up the people in Sophia. Let's see if Sonia Parag is going to head back to the villages of Belladrum and El Dorado Village. Let's see if Pauline Sukai is going to head back to Paradise Ball Field, and if Pauline Sukai is going to host another football tournament. People never seen in that part of the country, never seen a Pauline Sukai. Here is Pauline Sukai turning up in Paradise Village with big football tournament leading into these elections. So let us see now if Pauline Sukai will continue to go to Paradise Village to keep carrying football tournaments there. Let's see if Sonia Parag will continue to go through those villages there. Let's see if Susan Rodriguez is going to continue to live in Sophia. Based on what she said, the people in Sophia loves me. When I come to Sophia, everybody hug and kiss me. So Susan Rodriguez, we look forward to seeing you continue the works. And this is where, comrades, viewers, as we said before on the campaign trail, the campaign is now over. A lot of those young men, quote unquote, just come all of a sudden contractors who jump in t-shirts, posting on their statuses and so forth, all throughout this campaign, PPP all the way, banners gotta make money and so forth. Many of them said to you that, listen, I could call BJ on my phone. I bet you tomorrow morning, you pick up your phone and you try calling BJ, Irfan, Susan, Parag, Pauline, Priya, and all of them. The only thing you will get on your phone is, we're sorry, the mobile telephone you have dialed is not within the serving area, or it has been turned off. That is what you're going to get now, because the campaign is over. You have been used by the PPP, as I have witnessed in the past. And that's why I said to people on the campaign trail, 26 years, come September, I know the nature of the beast. They use people, they use you, they throw all sorts of things to you, and you go and throw yourself forward. The campaign has been lost. They haven't achieved what they want. You are now just a used utensil, and you have to go back in the cupboard. But what you have to live with is the fact that you attempted to sell your community cheap, just for a few dollars more, just for what you personally was getting in your own pocket. So because they make you a contractor, quote unquote, and put a little money in your pocket, you run through your community and tell everybody, yeah, vote for them, they're good people. The money in your pocket, not their own. Tomorrow morning, I challenge you, pick up the phone and call BJ, like how you used to get BJ on speed dial, or those ministers, Parag and Susan and all of them. You try calling them tomorrow. All you will get on the phone, we're sorry, the mobile telephone you have dialed is not within the serving area, or it has been turned off. The campaign is over. The PPP is done with you. That is the reality. That is the nature of the beast. And I am most pleased with the Guyanese people that went out to these polls and voted resoundingly for the APNU candidates, is that you have said no to the insult to your intelligence, as the People's Progressive Party Civic has been doing. They believe that money can buy anything, you understand me? And they believe that monies can buy any community, certain type community. And as I mentioned before, that type of behavior that you've seen displayed by the People's Progressive Party Civic in certain areas, in certain communities, the PPP will never do that in their stronghold. They will never be so disrespectful to their supporters that 2 days and 6 days before an election, suddenly they're going to build a bridge. They will never be so disrespectful to their constituency as they have been to these constituencies that they have been contested. Just yesterday afternoon, you take a drive going down that road, Lamaha Road, going into Guy Hawk Park. Yesterday afternoon, construction of a bridge to bridge Sophia to that road started yesterday afternoon. Before the elections, plank throw down and wood gone across, all sorts of things, all sorts of behavior, all sorts of disrespect to the people's intelligence by the PPP has taken place in these elections. As I tell people, I've seen PPP this time around at their worst. At their worst. And as I said to the people in New Amsterdam, the current People's Progressive Party Civic that we're seeing now, it is not the same PPP as Dr. Chedi Jagan and Janet Jagan. It is a completely different thing. This is an animal. This current PPP is a mafia. Believe that monies can bribe any individual, can buy out any community. But today, in these elections, the people of Guyana have rejected that sort of behavior. They have rejected the People's Progressive Party Civic. They have rejected those minions that put on red jerseys and run around the community. They have rejected being bribed by you. They have rejected your gross disrespect to their intelligence leading up to these election campaigns. Bharat Jagdeo, former president, sitting vice president of all persons there at the well site, said to people in Georgetown that only if you vote PPP candidates that you ain't got to pay taxes in the city. That sort of blatant disrespect to people's intelligence. But Jagdeo, tonight is your night. PPP, tonight is your night. The people have rejected you. And we hope that you wake up from your slumber, and we hope those in the People's Progressive Party Civic in the background that you come to front and rescue that party of Dr. Chedi Jagan. You need to rescue it. The mafia-style leadership that is current PPP believe in. You look at the type of people and the type of campaign that they run. Look, money man, look, go and buy some beer in Angais Avenue. In Angais Avenue on Saturday evening, the PPP hosted an event called Campfire, Youth Rally and Campfire in Angais Avenue. And when you go there, underage children consuming alcoholic beverages and burning weed in the open and big music, because that is how the People's Progressive Party Civic views you and views certain communities in this country. And until that day that the People's Progressive Party Civic stops disrespecting the intelligence of the Guyanese people. I told people about this one Guyana nonsense that this country doesn't have no one Guyana. It is all nothing more than a sham, a blatant sham. And that is what the PPP goes regionally and pontificate. They pontificate that internationally, that in this country it's one Guyana. And you have seen in these elections blatant disregard to people's intelligence by the People's Progressive Party Civic, and the manner in which they administer the resources of this country for their friends and few. The sort of disrespect that we've seen in these municipalities in Linden, New Amsterdam, Georgetown, and Bartica, in only certain, all of a sudden they're paving road and putting up street lights and so forth. You go to the PPP stronghold, you would never see that happening there, but it shows how disrespectful the PPP are to people's intelligence. And as long as you continue to treat people in that manner, we will never see your one Guyana as what you claim it to be. It will remain nothing more than a fleeting illusion to be pursued, but it will never be attained. This should be one people, one nation with one destiny. Okay. But your one Guyana is nothing more than a blatant sham. And tonight, these elections, the people of this country have rejected you, have rejected your disrespect to their intelligence, and they have disregarded and rejected your lies about one Guyana. That is what happened in these elections. I thank you. I thank you. Whether you is the youngster that just before you went to work this morning, you went and vote, I thank you. Whether you're the person who was at work and got out during lunchtime to go and vote, I thank you. Like the young lady that I put in the car this afternoon because she went out earlier but couldn't find her polling station. She came back there minutes to 6. We jumped in the car. We ran up in South and trying to find, I think, George's residence somewhere in South Rumveld. We didn't find it, but the other young lady came back. We drove all around to find. I thank her, even though she was unable to cast a vote. I thank you for your attempt. I thank the elderly I thank the elderly citizens. I thank the children and grandchildren of the elderly citizens that picked up grandma, picked up grandpa, and they walked one for dollar until they meet the polling station and afforded those persons the opportunity to cast a vote. And when they were going out, I saw the smiles on their face that they had the opportunity to vote for their local representative, not vote for cash, not vote for money, not vote for red t-shirt, not vote for a box of Coca, right? Not vote for a bottle of Heineken. Went and vote for representation. That is what local democracy is about. And that is what the PPP doesn't like or doesn't understand. And that is why for 20 years when they were in power, this country had no local government elections. It is nothing more than a sham, the PPP. The people have rejected you whole night tonight in all of those municipalities and constituencies. Once you have won or once you have rejected the PPP, go celebrate. Go celebrate. I give you the night. Go celebrate. Give the Almighty, whoever he may be to you, give the Almighty praise and thanks because you have rejected the PPP. Jack, you don't have to sleep tonight, but we can sleep on cloud heaven because we know we rejected him. We thank you on behalf of all of the candidates that you cast a vote. Whether some of them were not successful in these elections, we thank you. We thank you, and we will work with ensure that they continue to represent you in those municipalities and NDCs. Guyana, we thank you.
All right. So I put on my shades because I get ready to go. I got nothing else to say.
You got
I got nothing else to say, Chris.
God.
Chris said it all.
We thank
right?
you.
I was just putting down my stuff so I can leave because
all right.
There's nothing else to see.
All right. So my apologies if I just got too carried off, but friends, colleagues, I said to people on the campaign trail, and I did say to them that listen, not to be engaged in blasphemy or anything of that sort, but on the campaign trail we told you what were the plans or plots of the PPP. And we did say to people that, listen, if it was not so, we would have told you so. And we are most pleased that you take heed to those warnings that we told you about the plans and plot of the PPP. And at least our municipalities, your homes, wherever you dwell, you are safe. You are safe, I should say for now, because the PPP will come again. Like a thief in the night, they will come again. So we have to ensure that as we lead up to our next local government elections or the general and regional elections is that we make preparation. Because part of the line of battle, you had that line, but I think in some way, parts of those lines were broken. Parts of those lines were missing. Mm-hmm. So you didn't have the full lock, and the PPP was able to step in. You have to ensure that you secure that and push them out and increase the numbers. Speak to your young people, those who had been persuaded that they're going to vote for $40,000 and them thing. And the young people then decided, listen, you just make a bag. The guy is saying when you catch a pacu, you bust the back. Right. And that's what the people did as we prepare for another local government election for general.
What is important is that we ensure that people understand that tomorrow you will hear from the PPP. They're declaring victory.
Yes.
They're going to declare victory in the areas that they usually win.
That's right.
And they're going to not fluff the numbers, but present the numbers in such a way to tell you, look, we won 50 constituencies while the APNU only won 20. Mm-hmm. But we need you to understand this elections was a very strategic one where the APNU said from the beginning, we are going to defend our strongholds. We are going to hold the line of battle in those places that we control. Mm-hmm. Whether it be Linden, whether it be Georgetown, whether it be New Amsterdam, whether it be Bartica, we are going to hold the line of battle in those areas. And that's what we did. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Based on the results, we have not gotten the results from Bartica as yet, but I am saying to you, don't be carried away when Jagdeo comes on his usual press conference and sit for 2 hours and read out numbers from Blackbush Polder, right?
Yeah.
To Cowailon, and he can tell you about all the various little NDCs that they won that they had control of anyhow.
That's right. And we didn't contest.
And we didn't contest in those areas. Remind them, and you remember that these elections were contested in some key areas by the APNU. And ask them about those areas that they made a whole big show about. Red Wave in New Amsterdam,
yes.
Red Wave in Linden.
Yes.
Not one single constituency candidate in Linden for the PPP didn't win. Not one. Right? So the Red Wave, and as I said, probably those people that they had jumping up on nomination day were the only set of people that voted. They didn't manage to convince anybody after nomination. And probably some of them same people in nomination, they didn't even vote for them.
That's right.
So I'm saying this to you, when you hear them say, oh, we were victorious. Look, the numbers say that we won 50 and they only won 20. Ask them to tell us about what happened in those key municipalities that we would have controlled. And again, these are the issues. Don't be confused tomorrow. Don't be confused tomorrow.
No, you know, Randy, you're absolutely right. That is what Jack Deere will find solace in.
Yeah, because they contested in every corner of the country, you know.
And you will make mention of the fact that before the elections, we had already won 291.
Right, because we weren't contesting in those areas. So let us stay focused as we move forward, folks. More results to come in. We'll continue to keep you updated. Chris will continue to keep you updated because I will take my leave now, and we want to thank you for staying tuned and staying live with us here as we bring you the information. I know we've gotten a good bit of information so far in terms of results, and we have a few more to come.
Correct.
And Chris will continue.
Yeah, I will take you up to the 11 o'clock hour. And of course, we want to ensure that all of those small bits and pieces of information in terms of the other constituencies that have been won by the APNU or the results in general, we want to be able to share with you that. And of course, we want to get reactions. We heard the results. Now we want to get reactions from the elected candidates. We want to get some reactions from them. And of course, we're still trying to locate some of the candidates who have won their various constituencies and so forth. But quickly, for those of you just joining us, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam, has retained control of the municipality of Linden, has retained control of the municipality of Georgetown. As well, the APNU has retained control of Kokwani, and of course, there are some of the smaller NDC. We're still to get information from region number 5. We spoke earlier with the regional member of parliament, Mr. Viceroy Jordan, just to find out what has happened in those results there. Of course, region 5 doesn't have a municipality. It has NDCs that were contested by the APNU. And of course, we want to hear from him on that. We are still unable to reach our representative on the ground there in Bartica. So we don't have the information coming out of Bartica just yet. And of course, we want to hear from Madhya as well, what has happened in Madhya. So let me just quickly ask the operator to bring on screen. We'll go back to the municipality of New Amsterdam. There were 7 constituency seats that were up for grabs. We have the results of 6 of those, of which the APNU has won 4, and there is still 1 seat. We're still awaiting the result of that. But as a result of 4 out of 7, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. In Linden, 8 constituency seats, the APNU has won outright all 8 constituency seats there. In Kokwani, there were 12 seats that are up for grabs. The APNU has won 8. The People's Progressive Party Civic 4. And of course, in Georgetown, we have the results are in for constituency number 5, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, number 14, and number 15. Those are the constituencies in Georgetown. And of course, there's 1 constituency outstanding that I don't have here, constituency number 6. And of course, there's 15 seats being contested there, and just on this result, we're still awaiting the others. The APNU has won 8 out of the 15. We're still awaiting the results from the others. And just to share with you, constituency number 13 was won by Winston Harding, and that is the very constituency in Lane Avenue, which comprised parts of Lane Avenue. And you had, that is where the PPP had the Tricia Richards contesting that seat. And of course, you know, Tricia Richards was an APNU AFC councillor on the city council, and she have jumped ship and she joined with the People's Progressive Party Civic. But the people there in constituency 13 and her very own home district of Lane Avenue have rejected her outright. Constituency number 10. Constituency number 10 was contested by Travis Ellis, and this is in All Boys Town, Untrenched. And of course, we share with you in terms of what attempts were being made by the People's Progressive Party Civic to dispossess the people of their properties there in Untrenched and parts of Albaistown, because those areas are now prime real estate. But the people of Albaistown, constituency number 10, have rejected Malcolm Ferreira, who in the last local government election contested as an independent candidate, and Malcolm Ferreira had jumped ship and joined the People's Progressive Party Civic and contested Albaistown. So the people in Albaistown have rejected Malcolm Ferreira in favor of Mr. Travis Ellis. Travis Ellis is a first-time councillor to the Georgetown City Council, and of course we congratulate Travis Ellis and of course the people of Albaistown, Untrenched, Middle Street, etc. For their resounding support, show of favor for Travis Ellis, the new councillor of the APNU for the Georgetown City Council. Constituency number 9. I didn't have this, well, this is an addition. Mr. Solomon, constituency number 9 has been won by Mr. Solomon, and Mr. Solomon is a first-time entry into the Georgetown City Council. So we like to extend congratulations to him as well, and the people in his constituency that came out and showed their support behind him. Constituency number 11, Yvonne Ferguson. Yvonne has been one of those stalwarts who has always been in the field. In and out of season, Yvonne has always been in her constituency, always working in her constituency. Yvonne is one of those persons who is known to everyone in the constituency, whether they refer to her as the PNC lady or the Apnu lady. It is one person who has constantly and always been on the ground throughout of her constituency, throughout many years, and many years that I've known Yvonne for working in that constituency. That is constituency 11, and we like to extend congratulations to Ms. Ferguson and of course the people there in constituency 11 that came out and vote resoundingly for her. We go now to constituency number 12. That is my constituency, which comprises of Tocqueville, Guyhawk, Tocqueville Terrace, North Rumvelt, Lamaha Park, etc. Mr. Troy Garvey has been elected the councillor there in that municipality. Troy Garvey, as well as the first-time councillor for the Georgetown City Council. Troy Garvey is also the chairman of the Georgetown district of the PNCR, and of course he has been elected. This is the constituency in which Patricia Chase Green, former mayor, former deputy mayor, this is the same constituency that she resides in. And of course, you are aware, Patricia Chase Green jumped ship, joined the People's Progressive Party Civic with the red wave. And of course, we in constituency 13, Tocqueville Terrace, Guyhawk Park, Lamaha Park, Lamaha Springs, South Rumvelt have rejected Patricia Chase Green, and we voted resoundingly for Troy Garvey, who will represent us at the Georgetown City Council. Congratulations to Troy, congratulations to the people of constituency 12 who came out in the numbers and voted for him. All right, we spoke about Mr. Winston Harding, constituency number 13, and of course the areas inclusive of Lane Avenue. Constituency 14, Youngcomer, Kibwe Copeland. Constituency 14, of course, is North Rumveld. South Rumveld. Constituency 14, which comprises all the way down to Container City, Rassville, Roxanne, Barnum Garden, Cane View, and so forth. We thank you for coming out and voting in your numbers in support of young Kibwe Copeland. Kibwe is the first time Kibwe is a city councillor. And of course, Kibwe Copeland is also the chairman of the Guyana Youth and Student Movement, which is the youth arm of the People's National Congress Reform. Kibwe Copeland has won his constituency seat outright. And of course, Kibwe will be a councillor at the Georgetown City Council. Congratulations to him. All right, so we have Elena. Just like Ms. Ferguson, as I mentioned before, constituency number 15, this is the MacDoom, Agricola, Houston area. This is the constituency that she contested, and as well, like Ms. Ferguson, has been out in the field, has been doing the foot slogging. These are persons that you would not know from office spaces and so forth. Their office is in the communities, and they have been out and about in their communities with the people throughout, and the people have again thrown their support behind. Congratulations to her. So those are the constituencies that we have confirmation on that the APNU has won. These are all constituencies in Georgetown. And as I mentioned before, the APNU has retained control of the municipality of Georgetown. We did bring you the information out of New Amsterdam. And of course, now we want to go to the mining town of Linden. 8 constituency seats. 8 constituency seats. All 8 constituency seats have been won by the APNU. Constituency number 2, Ms. Vanessa Kisoon. No stranger to politics, no stranger to activism. Vanessa Kisoon is a teacher by profession, a former member of parliament. So Vanessa and I served as parliamentarians in the 10th parliament. And of course, that is when the APNU had when the APNU was a majority opposition party in the parliament, in the 10th parliament. Vanessa Kisoon served with myself in that parliament, and Vanessa Kisoon is no stranger, as I mentioned before. Vanessa Kisoon is a no-nonsense individual, especially when it comes to representation of her constituency, and we expect nothing more than the best from Vanessa Kisoon there in the mining town of Linden. Constituency number 1, no stranger, Mr. Sharma Rahim Solomon. Constituency number 1, Amelia's Ward, Bamia. Rahim Sharma Solomon, of course, was the former regional chairman for region number 10, and all of us can recall under his stewardship during that period in how he was able, and his team was able to lift the standard of the Regional Democratic Council of Region 10. Rahim Sharma Solomon has now been elected for constituency number 1, Amelia's Ward, and of course, resoundingly, by tomorrow, we will be able to share the actual figures with you in terms of the numbers, but we were sharing with you statements of poll emanated from Linden. So congratulations to Sharma Rahim Solomon. Constituency number 2. I think we have a mistake there. Vanessa Kisoon is number 2. This young lady, Ms. Robertson, is not constituency number 2. Yeah, she's constituency number 3. Congratulations to her, Marisha. And of course, to no stranger to the people of Linden, no stranger to people in terms of her activism there in the mining town of Linden, and she will be serving the people on the municipality of Linden. Alicia Bentic, her constituency 4 represent Old England. Bamia are some of the areas that falls within her constituency. She too has won outright that constituency, and of course she will be representing the people of Old England and Bamia, Old England and Bamia, no, not Bamia, Old England. I remember the other part at the council. Congratulations to her. All right, Kwesi Parks, constituency number 5. Those of you who know Linden and know Linden proper, Kwesi has been one of those active members on all fronts, always in the front line and always engaging. He too has won his seat, and of course he will be representing the people of Linden at the Linden municipality. Congratulations to him. Constituency number 6, Rochelle Stewart. If you meet this young lady, you see the smile there, always pleasant, always with a smile on her face, always an excitement and so forth. I'm so excited for her that she will also be representing the people of the great town of Linden there in the municipality. Congratulations, Rochelle Stewart. Constituency number 7, Miss Thorne. A disciplinarian, as one would refer to her as, and of course, to like the many others, no stranger to being active or activism, representing the people of our constituency. We expect her as well to do well on the municipality of Linden. And of course, Bonita Harry, constituency number 8. Some of the statements of poll that I was sharing with you earlier tonight with figures like 117 APNU PPP 11 was part of the constituency that Bonita Harry is representing, and those figures were some of the results that she would have gotten there in her constituency number 8. Those are the 8 councillors who will be representing the people of Linden in the Linden municipality. It's an outright win, so there's no saying of what the PPP got because they got absolutely nothing. So it's a full APNU council. But what is important now for us to do is go back to those many campaign speeches, the campaign rallies by the PPP when they spoke to the people of Linden, like how they spoke to the people of Georgetown and they spoke to the people of New Amsterdam. All of those glorious campaign promises that we will give you this and we want to build roads and all of that. Let us, in the coming weeks, in the coming months, monitor them. And we want to invite you out there as well. Don't just be a passenger in this. We want you to become active. Remember some of those presentations that was made on the campaign trail, and you write letters to your local newspapers. You write letters asking Minister X and Y, the promise that you made to the people of Sophia, the promise that you made to the people in Linden, the promise that you made to the people in New Amsterdam. We want you to write those letters. We want you to chronicle all of those campaign pledges and promises that were made by the PPP, who claims that they love Guyana and who claims that Guyana is one Guyana and all that. We want you to chronicle all of those campaign pledges that they made, and we want you to start sharing them via letter writing in the newspapers and asking the PPP, what about this? What about that you promised? And it was going to come back to, as we said, that everything in the PPP is all about a plan. And unless that plan for the PPP is successful, nothing that they promise you will ever come to fruition. It's always been that way. That is the nature of the beast. Jaglio promised the people of Georgetown, but he was specific that if you vote for his candidate, then the people of Georgetown, you won't have to pay any rates and taxes. Okay, the people didn't vote for your candidate, so what happened? The people of Georgetown aren't Guyanese. The people of Georgetown aren't a part of your government's one Guyana. What is so different with the people of Georgetown that now that the people of Georgetown said, okay, we heard you, but we want these individuals. Aren't we now going to get tax-free? Aren't we going to not pay taxes for Georgetown as you promised Bharat Jagdeo on the campaign trail? What happened? And this is what we said before. The PPP only negotiates when it can win. The PPP does everything when they have a plan. The only time the PPP does something is when the PPP stands to benefit in some way. So these 3 main municipalities, not discarding the other municipalities, but as we mentioned, it had a lot to do with real estate, with properties in Georgetown, in Linden, and in New Amsterdam. Outside of Georgetown and New Amsterdam, in terms of the rates and taxes that they were going to be using to foreclose on people's property, in Linden, just recently we saw Irfan Ali returning from Brazil, in which he had discussions with the Brazilian president as it relates to the road coming from Brazil. That road that he's speaking about has to pass through that mining town of Linden. And therefore, prime real estate is going to be had in Linden. And that is why the PPP was campaigning vigorously in Linden. It wasn't by accident. Similarly, in terms of the oil industry and the setup of shops here in Georgetown and many of those prime real estate in Georgetown, we happen to reside in them. We happen to reside in those very areas. The property value has skyrocketed. And that is what the PPP doesn't want you to know. And we said to people that all of you that live along that belt, that Mandela roadway that starts from the cultural center and wraps away down the back road, all of the people that reside on the east and western side of that road, if the property of your house was a few years ago $15 million, with that road infrastructure, with the current oil industry at work, your property value has tripled. It is now $45 million. We said to the people in our Baistong and Pontrench that people regard your community as the ghetto, and they have a lot of shanty houses. And those same PPP developers who have their eyes on your area and that big fancy road that is being built there in Pontrench, the road is not for you. It is the developers who are going to follow, and they're going to buy up all of those properties cheap, because they're not going to tell you that the property value has skyrocketed. And we said to people, when you pass back in the same Pontrench or Baistong area and everything, and you see the 4-story apartment buildings, you would want to know if it's the same Pontrench or Baistong that you know. That was the plan. People in lodge and lodge housing scheme, Tocqueville, Meadowbrook Garden, Tocqueville Terrace, Guy Hawk Park, people in North Rumvelt, South Rumvelt, East Rumvelt, West Rumvelt, the people in Back Circle, Front Circle, Warlock Alley, Pontrench, Baistong, North, East La Penitence, Roxanne, Barnum Garden, Rassville, you're not left out, Caneview, all of us, the property value for where we currently reside has tripled. The PPP knows this, and the plan was to win the municipality. And then the PPP would have used the rates and taxes that are owed by many of the property holders in Georgetown and many of those empty lots that you see all over. If you reside with where I reside, you go up in South and North Rumvelt. After every 4 houses, you pass an empty house lot or an old house. All of those lots have outstanding rates and taxes. The PPP, once they would have gotten their hands on the municipality, they would have used those same rates and taxes to lobby to foreclose on your property and sell them cheap. And they have their financiers and people who pocket big up with enough money and then prepared to buy every land cheap. That was the plan. And that's why when I spoke on the campaign trail, that it was the APNU councillors that introduced the amnesty period, which gave people the opportunity to pay off just their taxes minus the interest. Jagmio, of all persons, I mean, when I saw Susan a few nights ago come up on Facebook responding to me, and then a few days after that, Kwame Mackay issued a whole statement that was read on the Ghana Today about me. And then after that, Barra Jagmio on his press conference spent over an hour speaking about me. That's when you know you pinch the PPP, you pinch them back, that right up to the top come hollering. Jagmio himself, because we did exactly what we did. All right, so we're going to go to some footage that the operator is sharing with us, and we're not certain where this is. Oh, it's in Linden. So this is footage coming out of Linden. The people are dancing in the street of Linden. So we want to listen to some of that. The people are dancing in the street.
Spend so much of money. Let them take the money. They spend so much of money. Emmett, interview me. What you say about it? So I said, man, the amount of money to spend is the amount of money. There's the amount of force to get over them. The amount of money to spend. But you see story to them. I walk this line. I walk around. I walk. To celebrate. I'm tired.
Marlon! What the boss up there? Check you out, man. Check you out. What's wrong with them there? They come down here?
Nino, I will skip if you stop that. And we coming the wine.
We want them for club. We want them for club. We want them for club.
We want them for fun.
We want them for club.
Hello. Come tell me. What about the all the cash grant and all the thing with the great victory for you?
There's no them. There's no them beating them people. You give me $1 million of your lashy head and busting.
Yeah. Play from the end. Play from the top. Play from the top.
Yeah, the ball was. The ball was the ball.
That's why I make it up to birdies, right?
I am so proud of the part-time workers. We don't take Paku.
All night.
Yeah, man.
Hey, we just tried them in Manchester, no? We just tried them in New Amsterdam. Charge up, so fire. Wash their ass. Gorman Backland, kick them in the bum, see so. Hey, no, hey. No place. No place. I don't care. I don't care. They spend too much money, I don't care.
Nation away there.
Wait, you got me? I'm in trouble. Yeah, I got this.
Hello. Oh, shit, they already. She got me. Yeah, done it. Go with it. Why you be he's a senior to you now all the people lost. The people lost. The amount of money they spend in Linden, that is the amount of vote APN you have over them. They spend 10 million, it's 10 million votes here. 10 million they spend, 10 million votes we have over them. And wickedness don't cross. Bye. Bye.
No, I know Africa. I know Africa. Big up to my line, DJ.
No, I don't like.
All right, welcome back to the APNU elections update. And of course, we continue to bring you the small bits and pieces of information that is still outstanding. Let me just quickly share with you the Georgetown municipality with 15 seats up for grabs. And let me just quickly share with you the seats that have been won. That is by constituency numbers. To the various parties. The People's Progressive Party Civic has won constituency number 1, and the PPP has won constituency number 7, which is Border. The APNU has won constituency number 5, constituency number 10, constituency number 11, constituency number 12, constituency number 13, constituency number 14, constituency number 15, constituency number 6, constituency number 9, and constituency number 8. Those have been won by the APNU. We are still awaiting the results for constituency 2, 3, and 4. So the APNU has won thus far 10 constituency seats out of the 15 constituency seats for Georgetown. The PPP has won 2 out of 15 constituency seats, and we are awaiting the results of constituency 2, 3, and 4. 2 being Kitty, 3 being Campbellville, and 4 being the seat which is currently held by the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Alfred Mentor. So we still have those 3 areas, those 3 constituencies that are outstanding. And of course, we want to bring on the line now Mr. Vincent Jordan, who is the Member of Parliament for Region number 5, for if there's any updates that he can bring us at this time for the region. Vincent, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
All right, so is there any update that you have for us now from Region number 5?
All right. What I can say to you is that from the time polls close and at the point of counting and results coming in, we are quite confident that out of 10 of the NDCs contested within Region 5, we have secured 5 of those so far confirmed. We are waiting the official results from the ROs. We have maintained all our strongholds, and I must make that very clear. All our strongholds have been maintained. Areas such as Belladrum, Prophet Rising Sun, we have won 5 out of 6 constituencies, and so that is maintained. In areas such as Union, Bushnell, and Bushnell is located, we have managed to win 7 out of 9 of those constituencies. And so places such as Hopetown, Lovely Lass, Unforwalk, number 5, we have maintained all those strongholds. We have won them outright, not to see by any sleight of a hand, but 3-4 times that of the opponent. And so in some cases we had 8 and 7 of votes coming from the opposition. So I can safely say to the people of Region 5 that we have maintained our position as a region within our local authorities, the APNU, and so I do believe by the end of today, which will end at tonight, at 12, we should be able to pronounce on all NDCs, but as for now, that is what I can see to the general public.
Excellent. So, Victor, like we were hearing with people earlier, there were a whole host of electoral promises made by the People's Progressive Party today. And I know for certain that in your region you had ministers such as Sonia Parag, who was seen quite frequently in your region. We even saw Minister Pauline Sukai hosting a football tournament and promised to the young people of providing them with lights for the various football grounds and bleachers and all of this. Do you anticipate that those promises made by those PPP ministers will be fulfilled?
My brother and friend Christopher Jones, we've known each other for years, and we know the truth. Those promises have already been thrown to the door as at close of polls, because they know about the defeat, they heard about it, and it is very, very, very clear to us that they will not fulfill those promises. Like, for instance, or let me say example, in the Paradise constituency, where they promise a lot of things through their candidate, that should she win, they would give them, a number of things. I think our name to be exactly Sonia, and I'm trying to get the last name. But that candidate only managed to secure in one of the stations, I think it is 7 votes, and so she was already named 007, and the police was called in. The people were already being harassed and abused simply because they celebrated. Instructions were given for the police to actually lock the people up. But the police were very professional. I must commend the police officers who came to the scene. They were very professional. They understood that this was merely a celebration. They asked the people to operate in an orderly manner, and the people complied with the instructions. But to be specific to your question, those promises that they would have made, telling the people that when they get into office as local leaders, what they would do, and those promises came directly from them through the ministers. I don't see them coming to pass. I don't see them happening at all in any of the NDCs or constituencies where these promises were made. And so I see now that they might not even be going back to these communities.
No, because I know leading up to these elections, they practically lived in the village, in those villages.
Oh yes.
And the young lady,
oh, yes.
the young lady for Paradise, the PPP candidate for Paradise is Sonia Sampson.
Samson, correct. Yes.
That she only managed to secure 7 votes.
That was confirmed at one of the stations. 7
Just
votes.
7.
And this is a very candidate who accompanied the minister, Sonia Parag, on 2 occasions, or 3, I think, when they tried to take away that green building, which they all talked about and wanted from the coalition. And if you remember, the big Smith News and all them attacking me because I simply stood up and I said to them that I will not allow them to come into my community. I will not allow them to come into my region and take a building that belongs to the people of the community and just override them. Yeah. And I think at that point, the president came out and made an entire press statement that I'm a bully and I'm a thug and I'm all sorts of things they call. But the fact of the matter is, the people understood, the people saw what were their plans, people knew, and the people are saying, look, we don't want you. We have rejected your plans. We have rejected your promises, which we know don't hold up, and we have rejected your proposals for our community. Our local leaders are competent enough to lead us. They have been doing it for a number of years, and we want them to continue to lead us.
Excellent. All right. So, and what about the other candidate for the PPP? I think this gentleman is a person that operates a business somewhere in Belladrum proper.
Right. I have not confirmed his numbers as yet, but what I can tell you is that it is a clear rejection from the people. None of them. Let me make it very clear, Chris, and to our listeners. None of the PPP candidates that they have put up in any of these local authority and new areas where they say they will make inroads, I can make it very clear, none have been successful. I can tell you, for example, in Hopetown, the people of Hopetown spoke at the ballot. The people said to them very clearly, we don't want you here. Because they placed two candidates in Hopetown who we know had a lot of fake signatures. And I'm going to come to the Woodlands Bel-Air and see probably by morning to let you understand that the people spoke there in the ballot also. And that is one of the NCs where we unearthed the scheme, the fraud of the fake signatures and all of that. And the people said it in the ballot that we don't want you. And you know the thing about it, one must question now, how then the 30 odd backers or nominators that they had on the list to nominate them. This is another story that I'm going to bring to light and let people understand our position. How then that these 30 people, for example, the Sonia candidate, she had over 30 persons who nominated, so-called persons who nominated her, but only 7 could turn up to vote for you, or only 7 see you as fit. Now, the first step for one must understand is that the people who nominated you are the persons who will actually vote for you. And none of them, as I see it, so far by results that I've examined, would have passed or met that mark of those 20 to 30 nominators. And so it tells me clearly that those people indeed, the signatures were forged, and you know, those who were dead indeed. And in 5, I specifically said at the rally in Belgium, I want the police to guard the strongholds of the PPP. You know, that burial ground area that they would normally go. And so the people couldn't come out to do that, what they normally do, because we guard those burial grounds and so on. And so, on a very serious note, one should look at that and examine if you cannot meet that simple mark of 20 and 30 persons who nominated you. Well then, how were you even nominated? Because they were supposed to be the first set of people voting for you. And so that's another pressing area we need to start speaking on.
I totally agree with you. But you know, Mel, let me just add, last Saturday at the final rally in New Amsterdam, yourself and B. Coretta McDonald also spoke there to the people, and I am aware you know the results coming out of New Amsterdam. What's your commendation to the people of New Amsterdam?
Well, you know, MP Jones, I would say, New Amsterdam is no surprise to me because I spent some time working with the team in New Amsterdam. I had several sessions with them, and then I was privileged to also speak at their final rally. And I know that the people of New Amsterdam knew who they wanted to lead them. And I know that they understood that the people who were leading them were competent enough to lead them. And I want to say to the people of New Amsterdam who came out and supported their local leaders, who came out and voted resoundingly, because from the numbers I'm hearing so far in New Amsterdam, it tells me that they did well. And New Amsterdam remains in the hand of the APNU. And so I want to commend our young men and women, commend our senior citizens for the work that they would have done. And when I was speaking at New Amsterdam, I said to the folks who are at the rally and those who could have hear my voice, I said I owe New Amsterdam a service, and that service is to say it to them, because that is where I received my secondary education, that tongue. And so I said that my service is to let you know that you must continue to keep New Amsterdam alive, and by keeping her alive is by ensuring that she is being managed by a APNU council, and they have made not only myself proud, but I'm pretty sure that you're proud also of what they would have done. And I said to that gathering also, and many other areas where I went, and like to the people of Belgium, I said, what we're doing today, or what we did today, earlier today at the polls, from then to today, it must be a stepping stone to what we will do at the general and regional elections that is to come. And so I believe that the people heed the call, and they understand that we have to demonstrate what we want for our country as a whole. And so I'm saying that we are prepared and will continue to work to better that level of preparation for the general and regional elections to come. And so I believe confidently I can say thank you to the people of New Amsterdam and to my very young people of Region Number 5, and to all the other voters and Guyanese that supported the APN across the country.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so we'll let you go. Of course, we'll try to check in with you before the midnight hour to get any final updates from you out of Region Number 5. Thank you very much, Vincent.
Right. Yes, Chris.
All right.
Thank you.
So that was Mr. Vince Wright Jordan, a member of parliament for the Mahika Berbice region, Region Number 5. 10 constituency, 10 NDCs up for grabs, and the APNU is projected to win 5 out of the 10. I think this was essentially a setting that was there before. But again, as Vince Wright Jordan made it clear, that the APNU has maintained all of its stronghold, all of the seats in those stronghold. 2 particular PPP candidates that contested the Paradise and Belladrum area, one receiving a whopping 7 votes in one of the polling stations. Total rejection of the people, or totally reject them. All right, so we are approaching the 11:30 hours, and quickly update for those of you who may have just joined us. The APNU has won and will retain control of the municipality of New Amsterdam. The APNU has won and will retain control of the municipality of Linden. The APNU has won and will retain control of the municipality of Georgetown. And of course, there are still pockets of NDCs that the APNU contested. We still are waiting for information out of Martica. Not sure why the information is taking so long to come from that end. And of course, we want to touch base with Member of Parliament, Ms. Nima Flu-Best, because we started out these broadcasts with results coming out from the village of Mocha, which itself is an NDC. We're going to touch base back with Ms. Nima Flu-Best and get updates, but we want to take you back to Linden, where the celebrations are still ongoing there. Linden had 8 constituency seats in the municipality. The APNU has won all 8 constituency seats in that municipality. And of course, the report out of Bokwani is the essentially APNU the APNU has won 8 seats. The Progressive Party Civic 4. So the APNU has retained control of Kokwani as well. And we will continue to bring you information. We're going to go back to Linden with the celebrations here, and I'll quickly try to get some information out of Bartica, and we'll share that with you, and of course, Beyond Sudan. Stay tuned. This is APNU elections results.
Need our idea is people stop them, and we people stop them go outside of them. What me do wine?
We want them for club. We want them for club. We want them for club.
We want them for fun.
We want them for club.
No, come tell me. What about the all the cash grant and all the thing with the bring victory for you?
There's no on them. There's no on them. Beastling them people. You give me $1 million, I'm gonna lash your head and bust it. You know.
Yeah. Play from the end. Play from the top. Play from the top.
Yeah, the ball rolls. The ball rolls. Ball rolls, the ball rolls.
Coming in, that's why I'm making way up to Burmese, right?
I am so proud of the part-time workers. We don't take Paku. Yeah, man.
Hey, we just tried them in Manchester, no? We just tried them in New Amsterdam. Charge up, super up. Watch their ass. And go on backland, kick them in the bouncy, so. Hey, no, hey. No, crazy. No, crazy. I don't care. I don't care. They spend too much money, I don't care.
Nation, away you're there.
Wait, you got me? I'm in trouble. Yeah, I got this.
Hello. Oh, shit, there you already. She got that. We have done it. Go read it. Why you be the he's a senior to you in Kashabara. Now how the people lost. The people lost the amount of money spent in Linden, that is the amount of vote APN you have over them. They spent 10 million, is 10 million votes here. 10 million they spent, 10 million votes we have over them. And wickedness go across the country. Bye. Bye.
No one know Africa. Oh, yes, no Africa. No one know Africa. Oh, yes, no Africa. Tell me how you're feeling, Africa. Big up to my line, No, I don't like.
Sky with the blood going.
All night tonight, we gon' have a grand time. All night tonight, all night tomorrow night, we gon' have a fine time. All night, tonight, we go have a fine time. All night, tomorrow night.
I thought you spent so much of money. Let them take the money. They spend so much of money. Every interview me what you say about it? So I said, man, the amount of money they spend is the amount of money. There's the amount of thoughts to get over them. The amount of money they spend. But I guess this story to them. I walk this line. I walk around. I walk.
Anything to celebrate. I'm tired.
Marlon,
What the boss up there?
check your phone, man. Check your phone.
What's wrong with them there? They come down here?
People stop that, and we people stop that to outside of them. What me do wine?
We want them for club. We want them for club. We want them for club.
We want them for fun.
We want them for club.
We are.
No. Come on. What about the all the cash grant and all the thing with the bring victory for you?
There's no them. Beastling them people. You give me $1 million, I'm gonna lash your head and bust it.
Yeah. Play from the end. Play from the top.
Yeah, the ball was. All was the ball.
Coming in, that's why I make it up to Burbies, right?
I am so proud of the part-time workers. We don't take Paku. Yeah, man.
Hey, we just tried them in Manchester, we just tried them in New Amsterdam. Charge up, fire. Wash their ass. And Gorman Backland, kick them in the bounces up. Hey, no, hey. No place. No place. I don't care. I don't care. They spend too much money. I don't care.
Nation away there.
Open the door, let him on for me. All we want, somebody open the door, let him on for me. All we want, somebody open the door, let him on for me. All we want, somebody open the door, let him on for me. All Africa, Africa, Africa,
Wait, you got me? I'm in trouble. Yeah, I got this.
All right, welcome back to the APNU elections update. We have some more results for you. As we did tell you, the municipality of New Amsterdam has 7 seats that were up for grab. The full results are now in. The People's Progressive Party Civic has won 3 seats. The APNU has won 4 seats. Therefore, as mentioned before, the APNU has won the municipality of New Amsterdam. From Bartica, we're still awaiting confirmation, but it is projected the People's Progressive Party Civic 4 seats, the APNU 5 seats. So it is projected that the APNU has won the municipality of Bartica. Again, New Amsterdam 7 seats up for grabs. The People's Progressive Party Civic 3. And the APNU has won 4 seats. Therefore, the APNU will continue to run the municipality of New Amsterdam. In Bartica, it is projected that the People's Progressive Party Civic will have 4 seats and the APNU will have 5 seats. So the APNU is projected to have won the municipality of Bartica. We're still awaiting confirmation from the municipality of New Amsterdam. We want to take you now back to the east bank of Demerara in the NDC of Mocha Village. Mocha Village has 6 constituency seats that were up for grabs. We did report to you earlier today that one seat was constituency 1 was won by Say on Hope. We now can report to you that the APNU has won outright the village of Mocha, having won all 6 constituency seats in the village of Mocha. And right there, those are the elected councillors of the Mocha Arcadia NDC. 5 young gentlemen and 1 female. They have won their constituency seats in the village of Mocha. Again, so that is the most breaking results coming out of the village of Mocha. The APNU has won outright all 6 constituency seats in the NDC of Mocha Arcadia. And of course, we did share with you before, and you saw footage emanating there from the mining town of Linden, the APNU, 8 constituency seats. The APNU has won all 8 constituency seats in the mining town of Linden. And of course, there were also the results coming out from Kokwani. The APNU has won Kokwani. Industry Paradise, the APNU has won Industry Paradise. And as mentioned before, the municipalities of Bartica, New Amsterdam, Linden, Georgetown has all been won by the APNU. And of course, outright, the last information there coming out from the East Bank of Demerara, 6 constituency seats. The APNU has won all 6 constituency seats in the village of Mocha Arcadia. Pleasance Industry, the APNU has won the NDC Pleasance Industry. Speaking earlier tonight with Member of Parliament with responsibility for the Mahaica Burbis region, region number 5, Mr. Viceroy Jordan, it is projected that the APNU will retain 5 NDCs, while the People's Progressive Party Civic will also retain 5 NDC seats. Viceroy Jordan did also report to us that the PPP candidates, particularly in El Dorado, in the villages of El Dorado Paradise and Belladrum, one result that we have so far, that one of the PPP candidate only received, from one constituency, only was able to net 7 votes in a constituency which had 186 eligible voters. All right, so we continue to bring you the information. We will take the program up to 12 o'clock tonight because, as we mentioned before, we are still awaiting confirmation from the municipality of Madia, as well as confirmation from the municipality of Bartica. It is projected, as I mentioned before, that the People's Progressive Party Civic will get 4 seats on the Bartica municipality, while the APNU is projected to have won 5 seats in the Bartica municipality, which of course, once the projection is confirmed, therefore the APNU has again won the municipality of Bartica. The APNU has won the municipality of New Amsterdam. The APNU has won the municipality of Linden. The APNU has won the municipality of Georgetown. The APNU has won outright the NDC of the village of Mocha Arcadia. The APNU has won the Industry Paradise NDC. And of course, we're still getting information that is coming in from a few other NDCs and a few other townships. And of course, as fast as those information reach the information center here, we will bring that information to you and share those information to you. We just earlier tonight learned about a press conference, early organized press conference, out of bed, wipe the boo out your eye press conference by Vice President Jaglio, trying to bring a little dimmer to what is happening here, but the results are in. And as mentioned before, numbers don't lie. The People's Progressive Party Civic spoke about a new Georgetown. They spoke about a new Linden, a new beginning for Georgetown, a new beginning for Linden, a new beginning for New Amsterdam, a new beginning for Bartica. Indeed, there is a new beginning the APNU has won those municipalities, and there's a new beginning of new, fresh, young councillors who will take those various municipalities through the next 2 years if the PPP calls another local government election, which is constitutionally due 2 years from now. And of course, all of the information that the APNU candidates have been sharing with you throughout the campaign. And of course, we recognize that you rally to that information. And as we said on the campaign trail, if the information that the APNU was sharing you was not true, we would have told you so. And we shared with you that information. And of course, the people across the various municipalities and NDCs rally to the call of the APNU candidates, and you went out strongly to the polls and you cast your votes rejecting the People's Progressive Party Civic and their continued disrespect to the intelligence of the Guyanese people. Here at the headquarters, we have images from Linden, images from West Coast Berbice, images from New Amsterdam, and of course some from Bartica. Celebration. The Guyanese people are celebrating in the streets. It's a joyous occasion, and of course, as we mentioned before, as a result of what they've been through for the past 4, 6, 2 months at most. Preparation for these local government elections. They've been in the field, they've been on the ground, they've been in your communities, they've been sharing flyers. They took the sun, they took the rain, but they prevailed, and the results are in. The APNU has several successes to be celebrated tonight, and of course, the people are celebrating. Unconfirmed reports coming out from constituency number 13. Lane Avenue. Apparently, there have been a lot of tears, a lot of snot, a lot of snot and nose blowing, and all of that is happening for those people who would have jumped. Particularly one individual who would have jumped ship and dancerate herself with a red T-shirt, and now that T-shirt is being used to wipe the snot off of her face and wipe and clean, dry her eyes, and so forth. That is the results of the elections. That is the results of the elections. And of course, we will continue to bring you information. I don't know if the operator have any updated video, because I know he constantly seems to be in love with the images that are coming out from Linden. We're still trying to reach Mr. Sharma Solomon or Vanessa Kisum, because we want to get some reaction from them. We're going to try to reach MP Nima Flu Bess because of the results that we see coming out from Mocha Village, in which the APNU has won outright all 6 constituency seats. And of course, the young people, the young men and the women are now elected. We got a motorcade happening there. Is that Linden? Yeah, we have a motorcade happening there in Linden. I don't know if by chance the same thing is happening in the village of Mocha. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you.
Right, I can hear it in your voice, and rest assured that when we're finished here, you will be able to go and I think this is out of Kokwani. It looks more Kokwani. All right, so Nima, we just broke the news to our viewers that the APNU has won outright in the NDC of Mocha Village. Share with us what is happening in the village now. Is the celebration still on there, or people have retired into the night?
Well, I know that people were out. I'm not in the village currently, but it is a very exciting moment for our young people and the people of Mocha the community, that we all have stood together and withstand all the PPP came with and protect our village. For us, it was about protection of our land and our inheritance, and protecting our young people and ensuring that they can have a good life, a better life, and not experience what the people of Caneview have experienced under the hands of the PPP sealed administration. So it's quite an exciting time. Of course, we'll have our big celebration in this week.
Yeah, and they have all right to celebrate, having endured what the People's Progressive Party Civic did in the village of Mocha, the bulldozing of people's property and the displacement of their lives and livelihood, and then to add insult to injury, they then put or identify individuals in your village and put them in red t-shirts, and you had Irfan Ali in your village insulting the NDC chairman and all of that. So the people of Mocha have every right to be celebrating.
Most definitely, we are thankful to God for seeing us through, and I trust that our victory in our community will be a form of motivation to others, that we have to stand up for our rights against this PPPC-led administration.
Absolutely. I know the village of Mocha is very rich and believe in ancestors, and they have a lot of traditions, things that happens under the big tree. I don't know in your preparation for the swearing in of these councillors and so forth, if tribute will be poured to the ancestors under the big tree as the norm that happens there in Mocha. Libation, pour libation.
Most definitely, we will be pouring libation, and of course, our victory area is always significant. For us, the victory area in Mocha Arcadia, that tree is a reminder. That's where our ancestors used to gather to keep meetings, to deliberate on matters for the interest of the community. And so we cherish that area. We continue to deliberate on matters, and we remind our youths and our children of its importance, even as they stand tall at the entrance of the second bridge. So yes, definitely we'll be having that, some drumming and all that goes into it to celebrate what God has done for us.
Excellent. All right, so Nima, I'll let you go. I'll allow you to go get some rest. And once again, on behalf of the viewers, I see a lot of comments in the comment section extending congratulations to you and the people of the village of Mocha, and congratulations to those young men. As I spoke at that meeting there in Mocha, I did share that I know one or two of them personally, and I was pleased, very pleased, when I recognized that these young men were part or were the candidates who would have been contesting their area. We expect nothing more than the best from them. I recall it was Mocha Arcadia that had the youngest, I think this was 2016 election, the local government election. Mocha Village had the youngest deputy chairman, that's right, of that NDC. So once again, congratulations to you, congratulations to the people of Mocha, congratulations to the newly elected councillors of the NDC of Mocha.
Thank you, and we do look forward to serving our community as we continue to move forward. Thank you so much.
Good, Nima. Take care. Bye. All right. So that was, of course, Nima Flu Best, Member of Parliament representing the East Bank of Demerara from the village of Mocha. And of course, she was sharing with us the results that I shared with you earlier tonight. There were 6 constituency seats that were up for grab. The APNU has won all 6 constituency seats, rejecting outright the People's Progressive Party Civic and the candidates that they had in that area. Not one single seat outright. Similar, that is happening in the mining town of Linden, 8 constituency seats. The APNU has won outright all 8, rejecting the People's Progressive Party Civic. This simply means in the NDC, at the head table, there will be all APNU councillors. There wouldn't be any councillors. In Linden, the municipality of Linden, there will be 16 in total seats. There wouldn't be one PPP representative. A complete rejection of the throwing of money to people, of the rejection of the disrespect to people's intelligence. Completely voted out. That is what has happened in these elections. All right, so it is now 10 minutes to 12 o'clock. It's Kokwani. All right, good. So we're gonna leave you with the images happening now in Kokwani. We shared with you earlier the images out of Linden, in which the people of Kokwani are celebrating on the street. They've rejected the People's Progressive Party. So even the president himself drove or flew his helicopter here in Kokwani and spread all sort of excitement. This is what we're gonna do for you and do what. The people of Kokwani, as well as many other areas, have rejected the People's Progressive Party. So Kokwani, the APNU has won 8 seats, the PDP 4. So the APNU will continue to administer the affairs of the people of Kokwani. So go to those images. I'll go on the line quickly to get confirmation from Bartika and Mania. I'll come back, bring you that information, and we'll close the program out at 12 o'clock. And of course, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, my colleague and friend, Member of Parliament, Mr. Sheriff Duncan, is going to lead the conversation off. And of course, throughout the day, we're going to hear updates from him. So stay tuned and let me get you that information from Mania.
Tonight you can't make fail me. Get it back there. Yeah. Yeah, something love. Where we go? Where we going? Walking in the dark. We must see them doing the love right there. What destiny? What a lucky dog, a lucky dog, a lucky dog. Pressure must a lucky dog there. Lucky dog said, I remember this. Right now, yeah, Arlene Osborne. I went to my bed and I said, backward never, right? Forward ever. Backward never. Like
Next Monday. Come Monday.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Let's go to court on
What Michelle? What Michelle?
Yes.
What Michelle?
What y'all say? Yeah, right down. Hold on.
Hello. They're got to go. But keep on now for just you said that? We don't party with things. The walls and something. Look.
That's it, bye. Bye.
You're on the stop of the light, right? Yeah, in the back.
Throw some gas.
Some gas.
All right, welcome back. Not new results, but we just got information emanating from the Critchlow Labour College, where the Ghana Elections Commission, one of their main offices set up there, and there is protests by several presiding officers who are protesting the many hours that they have been waiting to hand in their information. And the images that the operator is going to bring up on screen is what is coming out of the Critchlow Labour College. Now, you know, from before 6 a.m., before the polls opened this morning, you have presiding officers who would have met with the various staff members in preparation for the opening of the polls. And all the way up to this hour, apparently those presiding officers have been unable to hand in their submission or make their submissions hand in there at the Critchlow Labour College. And as a result, protest at the Critchlow Labour College. I can't understand because from whenever this morning that they would have left their homes, likely around the 4 a.m. hour to midnight on this hour, and have not been able to submit the documentation, the results of the election, so that they can go home. And those presiding officers have now taken protest action there at the Critchlow Labour College. There's some voices and the chants there by those Ghana elections. We want to go home. 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 And as I mentioned, some of them likely would have left their homes at about 4 a.m. Lying here, those are presiding officers across the various constituencies there at the Ghana elections information, awaiting to submit the results of the elections at the various polling stations that they have control over. And to this hour, they are unable to make those submissions to close off today. So protests by presiding officers happening right now at the Critchlow Labour College as a result of the long wait that it takes for them to submit the form. Right. So we brought you the information as it relates to the elections results from the various municipalities, from the NDCs, and of course here at the command center, the tabulation and compilation of the information is still happening. And as I mentioned, tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp, right here on all of our pages, my colleague and friend, Member of Parliament, Sharon Duncan, will lead the conversation off, and Sharon will bring you additional information that we were unable to bring you this evening. But just a quick recap in terms of the main highlights for tonight. The APNU has retained the municipality of New Amsterdam, having won New Amsterdam 4-3. The APNU has retained the municipality of Artica, having won 5-4. The APNU has won the municipality of Georgetown. The APNU has won the municipality of New Amsterdam, of Linden outright. The APNU has won the NDC of Kokwani. The APNU has won outright the NDC of Mocha. The APNU has won the Industry Paradise NDC. And of course, those are the information that we have right now. We were unable to get the confirmed information from the municipality of Madia. We don't want to share information in which we can pull back. So we leave that confirmation to Sharon Duncan, who will start the program off tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the morning. And of course, that will be on FYI. On behalf of Randall Critchlow that left us earlier today, and on behalf of our technical team here at the Command Center, this has been the APNU Elections Update. And of course, we brought you the information firsthand, confront information coming out from the fields. And of course, throughout tomorrow and the days to come, we will continue to analyze the information coming out from these elections in preparation for the next election, general and regional elections to come. My name is Christopher Jones. Thanking you very much for joining me on tonight's program. And we extend a pleasant evening to you, and of course, a pleasant evening to Vice President Barrett Jagdeo. We do hope you have a peaceful night's rest. Until we meet again, goodbye for now.